cumulative.
Misleading the jury, which is causing confusion.
I didn't write that. I apologize. I have cumulative speculation, irrelevant, misleading, with an arrow drawn to confusion. Does that work for you? Although relevant evidence may be excluded if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of the issues, or misleading the jury, or by considerations of undue delay, waste of time, or needless presentation of cumulative evidence. I don't disagree with the cumulative portion. I think that for all of the things that the state is asking to put on, because we have much of that out of 178 exhibits, they're in there. Did I give you your exhibit? I'm not going to prevent the state from presenting their case. I don't think that it would be unnecessarily misleading to the jury, because the jury will have an opportunity to review everything as they have been since we started this matter. Is it a waste of time? Nothing is a waste of time when you are dealing with this level of offenses, be it 2 first-degree murders, murder and perpetration, aggravated child abuse, aggravated kidnapping. I don't think it's unfair prejudice. I don't think it's confusion of the issues. Not at this moment, but I've noted your objection for the record. If you do not want to object in front of the jury when the jury's present, to make them think that you're trying to keep something away from them, we noted on the front end. Now let's get the jury in.
Are y'all calling the wait first?
Are we playing the video again?
Your Honor, if we could please wait until my expert gets here. He should be here.
Has it not been 20 minutes?
It has been, we have 6 minutes left until it's been 20 minutes. Please. Pretty please.
I hope Deputy Perry answers. He didn't answer, but I called him. And I asked for 6 minutes. Clock starts now. Miss Cheeks asked nicely. She said, please.
give it verbally. Where we go with Sergeant Boyd, then Byers, Jim Byers, then Eric Carlisle, and then I can't think of Stephen Walsack. Yeah. And that'll be it for us.
What about Artie Taylor?
We're not gonna. We decided not to put the jail calls in.
Six minutes up.
He's in the elevator right now. He just texted me. Which is impressive because there's only one elevator working.
Water.
Yes, sure. Thank you.
Two people walked in, I only caught one. Okay, great. Let's get the jury in, please.
Mistake.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Did we do sports?
Yes.
Thank you for being here and coming back. We're gonna get started. You know how this goes. We're gonna do a little work and then they're gonna feed you. So I hope that you have now learned how to pace yourself just a bit. I won't keep you long, I hope. Stay to the seat, please call your next week.
Yes, before we get, we have one self-authenticating document. It's a complaint for divorce from Brandon Isabelle to Zaria Isabelle. And that would be the self-authenticating document. That would be exhibit 179.
Go ahead, please.
They called Sergeant Boyd.
Sergeant Boyd, step this way, sir. Stand on the seal, face the judge, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Watch your step. I will need you to speak up for the benefit of Madam Court Reporter.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
What did I say your name? If you could spell it for the jury and court, please.
Yeah, Sergeant Jacoba Boyd, Jacoba. Last name Boyd, Boyd.
And where do you work?
Memphis Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
Almost 19 years.
Were you assigned, what's your assignment now?
Felon response alpha.
Were you assigned to homicide back in February of 2022?
Yes.
And how long have you been assigned to homicide back then?
Almost 5 years.
Did you get assigned a case involving defendant Brandon Isabelle
Yes, I did.
back in February of 2022?
Yes.
Do you see Mr. Isabelle in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Or not work?
It's right here wearing the black suit, black tie.
When you got this case, what do you do generally? The first thing you do when you get assigned a case of investigation like this one?
Make the scene, get briefed by the officers, supervisors, other investigators that are there, kind of get a feel of what's going on, and then survey the scene, observe the evidence that is present.
You said this case is was this case a little unusual?
Yes.
Because you said scene, but here we have,
Yeah, in this case, we have multiple scenes.
okay. Was at some point Brandon Isabelle developed as a suspect?
Yes.
What did you do when she was developed as a suspect?
What we typically do, kind of look at the evidence and put everything together, and then obviously we interviewed him.
Okay. When you're interviewing a suspect, and at this point, what do you know about the crime?
Well, at this point, we have a young lady that was shot to death, and we also had a child that was missing.
And what do you know about Brandon Isabelle's relationship to the person that was shot to death and the person that's missing?
That he was likely the father of the child.
So you seek to talk to him, correct?
Yes.
So is that what you do? You can tell us
Yes.
about that. How did that go? Or how did they initially have it go?
We spoke to him. He was taken to 170 North Main, which is the homicide office. Got him in there, spoke to him, read him his rights. He agreed to speak with me and my partner, Sergeant Wimbush. And initially, he gave a story of meeting the deceased Danielle at MAPCO. And that story kind of fell apart under questioning. And
What else did he say about the MAPCO, that initial story of the MAPCO meeting?
that he met Danielle to give her baby clothes.
And then what did he say after the MAPCO? After he gave her the baby?
Said he gave her the baby clothes, and then she left and he left. And he told us that she was alive the last he saw her.
Okay. And did you know that story, or did you question the veracity of that story?
Yes. So the story didn't make sense. It didn't, the timeline and everything, it didn't make sense.
And so you kept questioning, and what do you do when you think someone's not being truthful with you, when you think a suspect's not being truthful with what you're saying, and you know certain facts, what do you do?
We listen to what they're saying, and then eventually we confront them with the evidence that we have.
Okay.
Or we confront them on the inconsistencies of the story that they're telling.
So you start confronting him with facts that you know to be true?
Well, we just confront him about, not being truthful and, just asking questions and trying to clarify what he's saying. But eventually, yes, we do start confronting him with the evidence that we do have.
Okay. And what are you looking for out of any suspect, Brandon Isabelle or any suspect? What are you looking for when you're interviewing them?
Well, my job is to find the truth.
Okay. And what are ways that when someone's telling you something, suspect, whoever, they're telling you something, what are the ways that you can confirm that to be true or not true?
Well, we listen to them, and then we try to corroborate the evidence that we have or that we obtain.
Okay. You're saying you try to corroborate what they're saying with actual evidence.
Yes.
Okay. What did he, and I'll take, tell the jury about what he said about the very beginning of this day, before any homicides or whatever. Do you remember what he was doing at the beginning of that day, February 1st?
He advised that he was spending some time with his other child, taking his child to the doctor. At some point, he said that he did go to the hospital to see Danielle and the child once the child was born. And from what I can recall, after that, he met with Danielle to give her some baby clothes.
Okay. Were you able to confirm by some other way that those things were true, that he did go to the hospital to visit Danielle and the baby, surgery center, and those things? Were you able to confirm that those things were true?
Yes.
How did you do that?
Through GPS, things like that.
Okay. And did you ask a detective to look at his phone and look for GPS points?
Yes.
What did he say he did after he got home from those things, from the surgery center and from Regional 1?
He said eventually that that he went to meet Danielle to exchange the baby clothes, and he said from there he left and he went home, or he left MAPCO.
Okay. But ultimately, when you confronted him with facts, he changed that story, correct?
Yes.
The story that, but then he still, what? Then he said what?
Well, once we confronted him with those facts, that's when he stated that he actually met her in a secluded area, and his initial story was that he was there. With the second story that he gave us, or around about second story, was that he met her there. They talked in the car, and then she gave him the baby, and he left.
Okay. Now, did that story seem plausible to you and Sergeant Winbush?
No, no,
You didn't think that made any sense?
no, it did not.
So if a suspect then tells you, he changes from one story that you don't believe based on facts, right? Then he tells you another story that's not believable because it just doesn't make any sense, right?
Right.
Do you stop there?
No, we continue to confront him on the inconsistencies of the story, and eventually he admitted to shooting Danielle.
Okay. And he said what? Did you say that he still went to Matco and then to Levi Sedgwick?
I can't recall that far. I just know at that point we were during the interview, we were confronting him about the inconsistencies, and then, he admitted to shooting her.
What did he ultimately, let's get to what he ultimately told you, the ultimate story at the end of the interview. What did he ultimately say? What was the story?
The ultimate ending to that interview was that he shot Danielle multiple times, pulled her from the vehicle. Then he advised he took the baby to his house, and then eventually to the river, where he threw the baby and the gun in the river.
Okay. Did he say anything about the car after he shot Danielle?
Which vehicle?
The
There's
vehicle
multiple
she was in,
vehicles.
I'm sorry. Did he say anything about the vehicle that she was in after he shot her?
Yeah, he advised that he shot Danielle multiple times, and her vehicle started to roll backwards.
Okay. Was he the first one to mention that he shot her?
Yes,
Was he the first one to mention that her vehicle rolled back?
yes.
Was he the first one to mention that he used,
Objection to leading.
who was the first? I'm sorry, I'll rephrase.
Sustained.
And probably when a question like that is asked, arguably it's not leading because it doesn't suggest an answer. It's a yes or no question. If I asked him, was he the first one to mention that he shot her, he could say yes.
Are you withdrawing
He
the
could say
question?
no.
Are you rephrasing it?
Yeah. Who mentioned first that he used a 9mm handgun?
He did.
Who mentioned first that the car rolled backwards after he shot Danielle?
Brandon did.
Who mentioned first that he shot Danielle?
Brandon did.
Who mentioned first that he took baby Kennedy to the river?
Brandon did.
What did he say he did after he took baby Kennedy and threw her in the river?
He advised he threw the gun in the river after he threw her in the river, and he ran away. And eventually, from what he told us, was that he ended up at his girlfriend's house, Artesia.
Okay. Did he say what he did in between during the baby in the river and getting to his girlfriend's house?
I can't recall detail in that regard because at the time I was more so concerned and focused on finding the baby.
Okay. Did he mention going to any stores?
Yeah, he said that he went to Walgreens, I believe.
Okay. Did he mention what he did with the baby Kennedy's chair, seat, car seat?
Initially, he told us that he left her inside her car seat by the river.
Okay.
But eventually he changed that story to saying that he removed her from the car seat and threw her in the river.
Do you remember what he said about where he put the car seat?
I don't recall where he told me what he did with the car seat. But eventually we did locate that car seat.
Do you remember where was it located?
It was located behind a Walmart by the dumpsters.
Now, you indicated that what you're looking for is the truth.
Right.
Correct? And you also indicated that a way to determine whether or not someone is telling you if something is true is to check it against what?
The evidence.
The evidence. Did you have evidence that, besides him saying he was at Levi and Sedgwick, did you have evidence to indicate that he was in fact at Levi and Sedgwick?
Yes.
What was that?
The GPS locations from his phone.
Besides him saying that he went from Levi and Sedgwick to his house out in Cordova, what evidence were you able to find that backed that up?
Once again, the GPS from his phone and also camera footage from his parents' house.
Besides him saying that he went from his parents' house in Cordova back down to the river, did you have evidence to back that up or
Yes.
corroborate that?
Yes, his GPS on his phone, and also there was a LPR hit, it's a license plate reader that registered his vehicle going over the bridge towards Island Drive, Harbortown, close to where the other evidence was located, where he threw the baby in the river.
So you said he had the GPS on his phone, shows him going from Cordova to Mud Island.
Yes,
And then you said a license plate reader.
yes,
It's his tag.
yes.
Was there also video on Mud Island?
Yes, there also collected video from Island Drive that shows a vehicle that looks like his vehicle.
You indicated that he said that he threw baby Kennedy in the river.
Yes.
What did you find down by the river where he would have thrown baby Kennedy in the river?
But one of my partners located a child's hat that was looked like what appeared to be fresh.
Did you inquire from any other witnesses to who that hat belonged to?
Yes.
And what did you learn?
We learned that that hat belonged to baby Kennedy.
Do you remember, did he tell you when you went to Walgreens, were you able to confirm that you actually did go to Walgreens?
Yes.
And how did you confirm that?
GPS and video.
And do you remember what he purchased at Walgreens?
I can't remember exactly. I believe Sergeant Winbush collected that evidence, but it was a 6-pack of Sprite and a couple other gifts and a note.
Yes. You know who the gifts were for?
They were for Artesia.
And you indicated also that you took the car seat that the baby was in and put it in some other location.
Yes.
Were you able to confirm that he went to the other location?
Yes.
And how did you confirm that?
GPS and video.
GPS showing him going to the Walmart?
Yes,
Video of someone dropping off the baby seat at Walmart?
yes,
Was the car seat found at Walmart?
yes,
Were you able to confirm that that car seat did in fact belong to David Kennedy?
yes. 3 family members.
All right, you got a little emotional a couple times during the interview, right?
I did.
Tell us about, what's that, I know they want to talk about the Dodge and Dix comment or whatever, so if you would tell us about that.
Yeah, so during the interview, we were very focused initially on attempting to find the baby alive. So we knew we were working against the clock. And I did say the Dodge and Dix statement, but that was more so to kind of open Brandon's eyes as to the seriousness of this and what was going on.
At this point, you're hoping to find what?
I was hoping to find the baby alive.
Okay. And you take him down to the river, right?
Yes.
Was he pointing out where you left the baby?
Yeah. He pointed on the other side of a gate. It's a little gate they use to close the parks. But he advised that he sat her down on the other side of that gate towards the water.
Were you hoping she would be there?
I was hoping very much that she would be there.
He was sitting right in there pointing where he said he left her, right?
Yes.
Was she there?
No.
What was there?
Her baby hat. That was it.
Was that upsetting to a lot of the officers?
Extremely.
Generally, we've seen the video, but what's his demeanor most of the time you guys are talking? What's Mr. Isabelle's demeanor?
Pretty just chill.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to relevance and speculation as to anything that's going on in his mind.
That's about his demeanor. You can judge the demeanor of someone when they're taking a statement from them.
Overruled.
He appeared to be kind of relaxed, sleeping.
Okay. I want to ask you about that because it's been how long would you say that you actually spoke with him, interrogated him, interviewed him? How long was that?
Well, it was broken up into a few sessions, but overall, maybe 3 hours, maybe.
Okay. And a lot of the time was downtime. I'm calling it downtime. A lot of times you guys weren't talking to him, right?
Right.
There was a couple of hours before you ever started talking to him where you're sitting back or he's sitting in the room by himself, right?
Yes.
You remember what he's doing most of that time?
Sleeping.
Were you guys bothering him while he was sleeping back there?
No, we would occasionally check in with him, see if he needed to go to the bathroom or, water, make sure he was comfortable.
But if he's sleeping, were you just gonna let him sleep?
Sure.
The last, there's some gaps in between too, but every time you guys would leave him alone, what would you do?
He would lay down.
The interview ended at about the 7-hour, 50-minute mark. Is that right?
Yes.
Then he's back there for another couple hours, just sitting. Is that right?
Yes.
Did y'all talk to him any more after that? That last few hours?
I don't believe so.
What's he sitting back there waiting on after you guys have finished? I'm talking about after he demonstrates how he throws baby Kennedy into the river. What do you guys end the interview there, right?
Yeah, I believe that we ended the interview there, but we continued to collect evidence and corroborate his story. Because you can confess, but we also want to match the evidence that we have and make sure that the confession is real.
Right. And that continues.
Yes.
Correct? Is that also going on during this whole 6-7 hour period that you're talking to him?
Yes.
I want to draw your attention specifically again, though. He said something about the Sedgwick and Levi crime scene was a more complex crime scene than the others. Is that fair?
Yes.
want to put up a photograph. You kind of reviewed that crime scene as
Yes.
the investigator.
Yes.
I'm gonna put up a photograph that's previously marked as, is it 95? 145. How about here, what's been previously marked as exhibit 145? And if you could just refresh, I know we just talked about it, what did Brandon and Isabelle tell you about how the crime occurred at Levi and Sedgwick?
So what Brandon told me and Sergeant Winbush during that interview was that he lured Danielle to that spot, that secluded area. As you can see, it's dark, trees on both sides of the road. So he says that he lured her out there, said that he heard something in the tree line behind her, and when she turned to look, he pulled out his gun and then he fired multiple times into what he described her upper facial area.
Okay.
Then he says that I guess after the shots, the vehicle started to roll backwards.
Okay.
And he had to get in and actually stop the vehicle.
Okay. I'm gonna, let's start with, you could zoom in on there's a vehicle, you see that vehicle way back there? What did he say he did with Danielle's body after he stopped the car?
He said he pulled her from the vehicle and then he took the baby from the backseat of the vehicle and put the baby in the car seat inside of his vehicle and left the scene.
So is that Danielle Hoyle's vehicle right there?
Yes.
Some distance back from the pile of glass and the. You remember
Yes.
what- I'm sorry.
Yes, that's her vehicle.
You remember what kind of shoes she was wearing?
I don't remember the brand, but I believe they were like maybe a red running shoe. I believe.
A bright colored shoe?
Yes.
Does that look like her shoes beside the car?
Yes.
Who's that in the picture there?
That's me in the picture.
Okay. Now if we could zoom back. Yeah, the other way. Now, there's a pile of glass right there, right?
Yes.
And there's two evidence placards right there. And were those the shell casings?
Yes.
What gun did he say he used to shoot Danielle?
He said that he used a Glock 9mm.
Let me fast forward what has previously been marked as exhibit 149. If you could take a look at that and let us know what kind of shell casings those are.
You need additional lighting, Sergeant Board?
No, fine, man.
I think he has younger eyes.
Nine millimeter Luger Hornady rounds.
You said Hornady 9mm?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm gonna hand forward two other shell casings. To your knowledge, were two shell casings also found in the front passenger seat of the car?
Yes.
You open those.
9mm Luger Hornady.
You guys also, your team, right, searched the defendant's car, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you find a magazine in that car?
Yes, we did. They had a magazine in that car.
You look at that. Exhibit, oh, I apologize, that's not a name which exhibit that was. I'm gonna hand you was previously marked as exhibit 36. You can take one out if you need to.
Nine millimeter Luger, Hornady.
Okay. So the live rounds that you found those in Brandon Isabel's car,
Yes,
are they or are they not the same as the shell casings found at the scene?
yes, they are the same.
Are they or are they not the same as the shell casings found in victim Danielle Hoyle's car?
Yes,
And you indicated you were looking for the truth, right?
that's correct.
And how do you determine if what he's telling you is the truth?
We're corroborated with the evidence.
All this we've been talking about the last few minutes, does that corroborate everything he told you in that interview room?
Yes,
Now, you also asked, that we had Special Agent Garner up here, and you asked him to look into the telephones, look into Brandon Isabel's telephone, correct?
that's correct.
That would get the GPS coordinates.
Yes,
You also got some text messages from his phone, is that correct?
yes,
And were they at the night, of the night of the murder?
yes.
And who was he texting mostly during the night of the murders?
He was texting with Artesia.
Okay. I'm gonna pass forward, what has previously been marked as exhibit, I believe that's 118. Are those the text messages that were retrieved from Brandon Isabel's phone?
Yes,
You also already indicated that you got GPS coordinates as well, correct?
yes.
So I'm gonna go ahead and get you, if you could, to read the defendant's text, and I'll read the text from, I guess it's Ms. Stewart. And we're starting, I can read all of them, but we're starting on page 1 through 47. Let me know when you're ready.
All right. Okay.
You ready? Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. What is so everybody knows, the green text or what, or from who?
Green text are from Brandon,
Okay. And then we see a little bit of blue, and then blue ones are gonna be from who?
Artesia.
And do each of these text messages show, when they were sent, the date, the time, and all that?
Yes,
Do they also have read times on them when they were read?
yes.
Okay, you can start.
Okay. I'm gonna go to the hospital.
And that's, I'm not gonna do this for everyone, but just to get us started, when is that sent?
11:49
Okay,
p.m.
on January 30th?
January 30th, 2022.
Response. Why? She in labor?
Yeah, she said she 5 centimeters at first. Now she's saying she 5.5.
Oh, good luck. Congrats.
Don't be like that, baby.
I'm sleepy as hell, I think we put that.
Yeah. I love you.
I love you. What does that mean?
Well, that's when she highlights that text message, but it's just putting a heart on the text message, not actually responding.
Okay.
Baby, say it back.
Love, baby, say it back. Phone finna die, I left my charger.
You text that, but can't say you love me back.
Get there safely.
Wow.
Good night.
You doing this to me in a time like this?
Tell her to have a safe delivery. I'll talk to you when y'all get the results.
Wow. I can't even get I love you too, baby text back. Wow.
Like, I'll talk to you when you get all the results. Let me know the results. My stomach hurts, so the relationship at stake. And NBN, never mind.
What you mean at stake?
Nothing get there. I'm fitting to go MIA though.
Now, what you mean at stake? Do you want this or no? Do you want to be with me or no?
No, I think she finna be in the way. Good night though.
She not, bro. So all of what I've been doing, trying to show you I want you, all this crying, these promises, and knowing for the past 6 months this day was coming, you wait until now. You crush me and my heart completely.
She's gonna fix it. You're gonna be okay. I just think we need to be desperate at a time like this. Separate, and she corrects that with separate.
No, she is not. I know where my heart is, like the world does. My mom even said it tonight.
Like we together, but we just need space. But good night, safe delivery, phone on 1%.
I want you, Artesia. You my wife.
Okay,
And I'm explaining this to her again.
don't. What y'all do is y'all's business. I honestly don't even care.
Why not? It ain't nothing going on. Wow, my heart is literally broke. Well, I'm finna cry myself to this hospital once again, like I did yesterday. Today was good for me because I felt secure. I felt I had my heart back, my love back. I guess not. Okay, baby, Artesia.
I'm not gonna know everything, just like y'all meeting up, discussing names.
Never met up. It was over text at work because I asked her what she naming it.
It's more to it, and I'd just rather relax my heart and not put the care into it. Y'all been that, I don't wanna explain it, and yes, you cried, but shit happens.
I don't see her. Plus, that was 5 months ago.
Just get there safely.
And it ain't nothing more to nothing, bro. What you mean?
I don't wanna talk about it, y'all just need to be, I just need to be by myself for a minute. This will be the best thing to do, be together in separate places. But yeah, tentative. I gotta find me some to get my mind off this situation.
You got the passcode to my phone. I have nothing to hide. What I'm telling you is true.
I don't wanna get into your phone, man.
Ain't nothing in here for me to hide. I'm trying to prove my love to you in so many ways. You just don't understand. Even told you I chose you over my wife in her face.
Worry about them right now. I'm gonna find me something to do tonight.
Find something like what?
I don't know.
Somebody else?
Don't worry, just get there for baby girl. I'm gonna be all right.
Question somebody else. That means he touched that message and marked it with the question mark.
Now, you want it to be?
No, I don't want it to be nobody else.
Okay then.
That's how you made it sound.
Anyways, good night though. I'm sleepy for real, for real.
They not even letting me in.
Tell them she having her baby, dude.
I did.
Well, I don't know then.
They saying it's somebody back there with her already, and I gotta come back at 8 a.m.
My phone's bugging up. I'm going to cut it off. I'll cut it back on in the morning.
Wow, okay,
And she's like, wow, okay.
okay, good night.
Like, okay, good night.
I'm trying. As I sit here listening to these nurses, I get teary-eyed. I'm sorry, Artesia. I'm sorry I let you down. If I could take it back, I would, Artesia. I'm truly sorry. You all I'm thinking about, baby, because I really love you and really want to be with you for the rest of my life. I pray our lives can fall in place permanently and be good and peaceful and healthy. I love you, baby.
What time is this text delivered?
January 31st, 2022 at 1:23 a.m.
When was baby Kennedy born?
I have to review my notes.
It's okay. LOL. Okay.
Wow, that's all you have to say?
What time is it now?
January 31st, it's gonna be at 1:27 a.m. Yeah, I think you're done with me, and my intentions are pure.
Look, worry about what's going on up there. I'm trying to get some sleep. What time did she send that one?
It's at 1:29 a.m., January 31st.
Have a good night.
They're not doing much. And how you trying to go to sleep and you on social media? Well, okay, talk to me whenever. If I'm your boyfriend still, like you say I am, and you still in love with me, like you say you are, I hope you don't step out on me or give anybody else a chance to take my spot, because I promise I'm worth it. Just let me show you. But I'm still your boyfriend. I'll just trust you to hit me up whenever you feel. Hopefully we can continue to grow. Good night. Yeah, he actually appears that he loved the text from her. Says, oh, I do too. I actually do want to talk to her though, on a serious level. I just get in my way sometimes, but I'm gonna wait till y'all take the DNA. I feel you need to do it when she's born. Well, she's here. If you cared, I don't know if you do or not. I'm waiting for them to take DNA tests so I can know before I sign anything.
Sign it, it's yours. Glad you made it safely.
Good feeling, huh?
I'm gonna make this simple. If it's yours, build that bond. Get to know her as a woman because she loves you as well. I won't need no response. Silence will answer that for me. If it's not, we still need space to take this relationship slow.
I really want to say this to your fucking face. No emojis needed this time. Look, I fucking love you, Artesia Lachey Isabelle. I love you and only you. You mean the world to me, baby. I want to say this to your face. No tears needed because I want you to understand where this is coming from, my heart. This makes me look at women different. When I got with you and we found out about this situation, I know it makes you look dumb to the world for being with the dude with the baby on the way. But I heard the same thing from people when you were pregnant. People saying it was my baby. How do I feel? Why am I with somebody else's baby mama having sex, etc. But I tuned it out because I knew what I wanted eventually. It may have took me a long time to make the move, but that's only because I know how my heart is, as you have clearly seen twice. When I love hard, and it breaks me down to let somebody to let somebody, that's why world leave me. I envisioned it being us five together, like I've talked to Denisha about. Kingston being the oldest and the brother to protect his two little sisters. Me and Kingston being the men of the house to protect our three queens. Me and Kingston will forever have y'all. I will continue to teach him to be a gentleman, hold doors for women, who walks on what side of the sidewalk, etc. Us five, nothing can defeat us. I have either full custody of Kingston or joint, so it won't be any he can't come around. She'll have to deal with it how I have, but that's nothing I have to explain to her if I have my son because of court rights. And Danielle, time will tell, but if you're willing to talk to her like you say you are, then maybe that'll be a good start to something special for the baby. I would say talk to Danielle. She might be reasonable. Zaria, I wouldn't advise anybody to talk to her. The bitch dumb. But as I sat there, I thought about all of this. I would want somebody by my side to be a great stepmom and an even greater mother. I love when Kingston smiles at you and plays with you. It warms my heart. My dad even asked me that before. You like that, don't you? I said yes. I hope you can look at the baby like that. I want to be able to call you later down the line while I'm at work to check on your and you say, oh, nothing, baby. Me and the girls just out shopping. Or me and the kids ran to Walmart or something. I want to see Aaliyah having a sister step to eventually play with, to talk to hang with in later years. All these things are what I want, and why not want them with the love of my life? You are where my heart is. You are home. You don't have to respond. I know your mind is everywhere, baby. I understand. Just continue to read over this and know this is real as fuck. I'll give you your time again. I love you. Good night.
Just take care of your children, Brandon. Don't want to look any dumber. I got my answer. I don't hate you, but that's the man you are. And I thank you for this journey. I pray for this. And it gets worse. And it gets worse and worse for a reason. Love isn't my best favor. The men I meet, I just hope everything works out for y'all. P.S. She is a good woman. She can help you through a lot. Just give her a chance for me. My last message.
What you mean the man I am? What's that?
You knew all this time, but can you please leave me alone?
Knew what?
Brandon, please leave me alone.
Wow. Okay.
Like, wow, okay. How many pounds? What's your full name? This will be my actual last message.
7 even. But you said leave you alone. You blocked me again. I don't know what's up, but okay. I'm not gonna break down in this hospital. At home later, yeah.
What her full name? Answer my question. Never mind. What's Danielle's last name?
Hoyle. You getting mad, but you telling me to leave you alone. I don't wanna and probably not gonna because it's a process, but you're confusing me.
I tagged y'all, congrats. I'm not mad, more so hurt, but I knew I'd be the dumb one, lol. I'm gonna take this as a sign to go on. You honestly don't have to worry about me anymore. I'm gonna be all right. Must not be meant for us to be together.
I know you hurt and you're not the dumb one. And it's not a sign. Delete that post until I take my DNA test. And still even, then don't post nothing like that.
I'm keeping it up. It's yours. I don't want to talk to you anymore.
Okay.
This is the worst I've been through in my entire life. I don't want to love just me and my kid.
Me too. It's the worst I've acted over a female. never wanted somebody so bad. You knew this day was coming. Why wait until now and all this love and time?
I don't want to get close to nobody, just not ever. You're the biggest lesson in my love history. And don't regret you. I just wish you were raised in a better home. I don't know, I was blinded. It's not mine, it's not mine. But now she's here. Y'all there as a family, and y'all got y'all results. And I don't know what TGATS means. All she wanted, I just wish you were telling the truth, not possibilities, because it was 100% all along. No if. Then you give me the relationship, because I'm so dumb to fight for it, sitting up here really going through this. I just hate it with me. I'm too pretty for this, too smart, so loving, so willing, so pure. I'm glad you didn't break me to crack no tears, because I've been prepping myself for this day.
Don't got no results yet, so what you mean? And when this hospital stuff over with, ain't no family time. It's co-parenting. And I was telling the truth, so what you mean? I'm finna show you. And yes, you are all of that and then some. Trust me, I know. And prep for what day? Wow.
Okay, now you can move to page 65.
Where you want to meet at? Our river spot? Expressway closed off from Bill Morris to Poplar.
What time of day and what day is it now?
This is January 31st at 5:20 a.m.
5:20 a.m.?
Yes.
Sure, and dang.
Organize myself here a little. One, they sleep, and two, they know because he still called you my girl earlier.
No, just meet me at the river, that's our spot.
Okay, I'm on the way.
Okay, love you, be safe.
I love you too. You too.
Made it?
Not yet. Passing the murder. Police slowing me down.
What do you mean?
They in front of us.
Us?
And can you stop and get me a drink? Me and all the other drivers. Bay.
What kind? WTF, what kind?
Powerade. I don't mind. Something you know I drink. I'll be there in like 10. You're passing 8 stores coming down 3rd Street.
Here,
Me too.
your car or mine?
I don't mind.
I'm scared. We're not gonna be the same. This hurts, but I'm becoming numb.
Who is across the bridge and why you say that? You wouldn't even give me a kiss. And what you mean, I don't think we would change.
This is a lot. I got chills. And what is that last one saying? What time?
The last one from Brandon?
Yeah.
It's gonna be January 31st at 7:27 a.m.
Okay, now if you look at page 110 for me.
LOL.
What time is it now?
It's be 1:03 p.m.
January 31st?
January 31st.
What they saying now?
So they just told us they don't do paternity tests here. We gotta go somewhere else to do it. What to do now?
Walgreens? It's 50.
Okay,
And if you look at page 260, tell us what time this first one is.
beautiful ass.
What
I
time is
love
that?
it. That's gonna be February 1st at 6:21 PM.
Okay.
Says, I love you with all my heart, Artisha Lachey.
Love, beautiful ass. I love you too, Isabelle.
Isabelle.
LOA, your last name, eh?
Since when you call me that, Stuart?
LOL. I don't know.
Wow.
Okay, now if you can go to page 271. So let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Yeah, I asked my brother, because Montreal ain't answering.
Okay, well, if you sleepy, I won't bother. Gonna take myself to dinner right quick. I just dropped Kingston off.
What time are we now?
This is February 1st at 7:27 PM.
Oh, well, okay. Enjoy the dinner then, be safe.
Okay, I will.
Love, okay, I will.
I'm gonna try at least.
Yeah. I'm finna find another rug or something.
Bye.
Want a new one. Kinda wanna go apartment shopping or something, but I'll wait till Saturday.
Okay.
I ain't bought no damn shoes to go with my fight fit. I'm so sick
What fit?
for my birthday.
Get on the show me.
Just all black. And I can't tell if she's sending some kind of attachment here. And
Yeah.
she's
It appears she's sending links to,
one or the two.
to clothing.
Well, 279.
Okay. Bad bit.
Yeah, got to. Been looking like shit for too long. So ready to get tatted. Shit don't make no sense trying to be tatted up in the summer.
Why?
Why what? Tatted?
Yeah,
I'm trying to be fine. LOL.
you're already that.
What time is it now?
February 1st, 7:43 PM.
Yeah, but I'm trying to be bad.
You're already bad. I'm all for it. But you already bad. Already fine. Sexy and beautiful as fuck. I'm so glad you're mine.
Yeah, I'm just ready for it to be hot.
No cap.
I'm gonna really be it then. I've been slowing out. I can be better.
You haven't been.
What time is it now when you come back?
To be February 1st, 8:03 PM.
Okay. Where is he? Where's his phone at February 1st, 8:03 I'm sorry, February 1st at 8:03 PM. I'm gonna put, here's this, I think this is the mark says, you did it 116 up. Is that where he is?
It appears so according to the GPS locations.
Is that his house on that third?
It appears close to it.
Okay. I really have. Trying to get fit, sit prettier, etc. I know I am though, but when does weight keep coming? So page 285.
285? What you mean, keep coming?
I just picked up 5 pounds.
How?
My titty's kind of sitting back right, and my stomach getting flat as hell. I'm gonna go to the gym Saturday morning or Monday morning, if it ain't bad. Eating, exceeding, exercising.
Man.
Yeah, I'm trying to get right. I owe myself this.
Yeah,
I'm so ready. Made it to your dinner yet?
nope, didn't go yet. I'm about to though.
Oh, okay. Top of page 290.
Must want to join.
I'm thinking about ordering me something to eat and picking it up. Nah, you said you going, it's your day. I'm gonna chill till I get real sleepy.
Okay, then I guess would have been nice for you to come, but okay.
Yeah, but this is your birthday. Your brother and parents ain't wanna join?
Didn't ask. I want you, but never mind.
I don't know. I look like shit, LOL. But I mean, I'm finna have to bathe and find some. You see what time that is?
February 1st at 8:14 p.m.
Plus it's hell. Plus it's 8. The hell you gonna eat it?
If you ain't want to go, I ain't gonna force you to.
His location when he sends this, they're talking about eating. He was at Ladbury at 8:05. Where's he headed now? According to his GPS.
I'm not sure from here.
Where does he go from Ladbury? Go to Matco?
Yeah, so yeah, he leaves home from Lafferty and then he meets Danielle at the Mapco.
Okay. 8:15:26. You right? You ain't forcing. I'd rather things be up front. You want me to be cool? If you want to go alone, cool. Speaking of dinner, I need to do my reservations. What time is that?
It's at 8:16 p.m. February 1st. I want you to go. And you doing yours alone?
Yeah, ain't nobody coming. Then I gotta finish my booking for this trip.
Oh,
Yeah, I ain't worried. LOL, it's my birthday. Deal.
mm.
Yep, y'all be careful, boo.
Boo. Wow. Yeah, you changing.
She sent an attachment. I don't see how though.
One, you ugly man, LOL. And two, I do.
I really don't. Boo, bae, baby, honey, sugar, pudding, same shit. What time is that text that she sent?
February 1st, 8:34 p.m.
Where is his phone at this point? But again, what's the mark is? At 160, at 160,
So I'm having
116, sorry.
a little trouble saying that. Looks like Brooks Road. Man, so that appears to be Brooks Road, East Brooks Road.
Is that the map that he's talking about?
Yes.
All right, back top of page 300.
It's not.
What time is that?
It's gonna be February 1st, 8:34 p.m.
You still at the Matco?
Appears so.
Response is,
Yes, it appears that he is. Okay.
I don't get offended when you said my name earlier. You worry about losing me, don't. Shit, who the fuck wants me besides you?
Teacher Lachey, nigga, I don't get offended when you call me Rashad, so what you mean? And I do worry a lot, and a lot of niggas.
If you can name them, then you might be right. LOL. JP, you know what JP is?
Just playing.
I'm just playing LOL. This ain't the time for them type of jokes yet.
Oh, I can, but I'm not.
Wait till you get out your feelings. And she sends an attachment. I ain't even been tripping today, LOL. Been a good day. I need to keep this up. Remain positive and humble.
Yeah.
Where's he at when he says yeah?
The 8:34 p.m., February 1st, 2022.
What's his location?
It appears though he's still at Brooks Road.
Okay. I feel like these days happen when I pray for the right things instead of focusing on my bad situations.
What you mean? I'm confused.
God don't give it. I know I've been good. And just saying, I be so caught off in my situations, like not moving yet, the stuff yesterday, etc. I don't even think on it. I just been praying and hoping and doing the good, forget the bad.
Yeah.
It's just a blank text.
I'm gonna pray too. Let's pray together in silence.
Where is he when he sends that one at 8:43?
8:43, February 1st. Appears he's still at the Matco.
Best thing going. Amen. I know the rest of this year is going to be good to me. All I pray for.
Didn't mean it like that, but okay.
You need to be more vocal. As in saying what you really want to do, we too grown. To be like was trying to see what you was going to say, but okay. This is a new year. If you meant it or said you just said it, it's no justification on it. I speak my mind, whether I cause harm unattended. Like, not closed mouths don't get fed.
Nigga, you do the same shit.
Where's he at now? And what time is it?
It'll be 8:47 p.m., February 1st. Still at the Matco.
I ain't trying to argue, TBH, I'm just talking in general for that.
Well, can we sit and pray with each other while you sit in my lap and I hold you again?
What time is that one?
It's gonna be February 1st, 2022, 8:47 p.m.
You still at the Matco?
Yes.
You're right, which is why I'm changing up my approach, my mindset, my soul. Can't get nowhere with that. Man, my legs be springy
As hell.
as hell, LOL. And she sent an attachment. Then there's a blank text at 8:49.
Says, sound like you ain't with me no more.
Why are you feeling like this? Oh, sorry, that's me. Like you posed a cane at 6. Shit, I ain't tripped. I ain't done none of that. But you really like tripping.
He emphasized that message you write, which is why I'm changing up my approach, my mindset, my soul. So when he emphasizes it, that's him pressing that message and it marks it with exclamation points.
Like, what's really wrong? Like, why are you feeling like that?
And I told you I was dropping Kingston off at 7. I ain't know what time Paul came and got her.
I gotta get right, so I gotta move right to recurve right this time. What time is the last,
9:04 PM.
so she sends that, well, what time does she send that text?
It appears it was delivered at 8:56 PM.
Okay. Now, where is he starting about 9:02?
Around 9, I believe that's when he moves towards Sedgwick and Levi, the secluded area.
Okay.
And it appears that these messages were sent at 8:56, but they weren't read until 9:04.
Okay. And where is it, 9:04?
Sedgwick and Levi.
What happened at Cedric and Levi?
That's the scene of the homicide of Danielle Hoyle's homicide.
Yeah, we're back on page 318. And I didn't trip. What time was that one sent?
That was sent at 8:56, but it wasn't open until 9:04.
I ain't even trip about you dropping them off at 7. What time was that sent?
That was sent at 8:57, and that wasn't open. It appears all these messages were open at once, right at the same time. So 9:04.
So I'm not really understanding. But it's not that deep though.
Okay, that one was sent at 8:58 PM, and it also wasn't open until 9:04.
Okay. And he sends one?
Nothing, baby.
What time does he send that?
He sent that one at 9:04.
Where is he when he sends that?
It appears to be at Sedgwick and Levi.
I know it. You just need to relax. You're worried because what's on your plate, you'll be all right. Could be worse. You'll be all right, for real, for real. You're probably sleepy. Good night. I love you, Brandon. When are all those 3 that I just read sent?
The one where she says you need to relax, that was sent at 9:04. The next one was also sent at 9:04, about 10 seconds later. And this last one, you're probably sleepy. Good night, I love you, Brandon. That one was sent at 9:15. But all these messages were opened at 9:22.59, so just right at 9:23.
So how long is he at the address at Levi and Sedgwick for this GPS day?
I'd have to review my notes, but he was there for a little while.
You see it on the Zoom on it? At 9:02, the device is on East Levi.
Yeah,
What
so
time does the device depart Levi and Sedgwick?
9:17 PM, so he's there approximately 15 minutes.
Okay. When does he open all these texts from her?
They're open at 9:22, just 1 second before 9:23.
Okay. At which time he's left where?
He's leaving the homicide scene.
Okay.
Of Danielle Hoyle.
And his next one is at page 321.
I'm sorry, what was that?
The next text from him is at the top of page 321.
Oh, yes. He says nope.
And what time is that sent?
That's sent at 9:23.
And where is it, 9:23?
Leaving the scene.
Where did he go from Levi and Sedgwick? Did he go to his house in Cordova?
Yeah, he went to the address on Lathbury, where his parents live.
Huh?
Nothing. Can I come over tonight, sleep under you?
That's sent when?
That one was sent February 1st at 9:30 PM.
Okay. I don't even feel like going downtown.
Huh?
status, fuck, what the fuck, look at 9:30.
Yeah, that's at 9:30.
I ain't got the money on Cash App, so I gotta take the money to her.
Well, come see me before you go home.
So at 9:32, he's headed to Lapberry, correct?
That is correct.
She sent an attachment. Downtown or close to Cordova?
I don't care. LOL.
Dante looking ass. Looks like he just sent a blank one.
Right.
But NA, for real, hell, nah, I ain't gonna go, I ain't got no gas.
Wow.
I'm on 80 miles.
I'll give you gas money.
Till in the morning. LOL, no man, that's too much, and it's wet as shit, I don't even wanna go to it. Shit, I'm cold as hell, I ain't even started my car yet.
If you ain't want to see me, just say that, dude.
The attachment, man, you could have rode with me there. Shit, I don't know. I don't care. I was just going downtown to the Dova and back home.
You ain't got to prove nothing, baby. Want me to come out there?
That's just not my adventure. I got work in the AM. It's on you, whatever you want to do. That's your car, your gas. I just know I ain't coming out there, LOL, to sit in the car anyways. You can actually spend the night there, night here. TYOE, shit, I don't know what that means, TYOE.
She been type shit.
Okay. And he says,
I can.
yeah, okay, I'm sorry, I was gonna read this.
Okay, let me get dressed.
Right, I'm gonna head down there and go grab something to eat maybe.
All right.
Door unlocked, if I don't get back in time.
Okay. I'm still at the house. I had to shower first. LOL. Change clothes. You know.
Cool, I ain't tripping.
What you doing? What you getting to eat?
DQ most likely.
Give me some.
You ain't even eat there. But what you want?
I do. LOL. And a cheeseburger. Mean no pickle, no onions, with blue Kool-Aid.
Alright.
You're coming up with hella money. How?
Bro, LOL, it's my money.
Where you getting it?
There's an attachment. Job. It's just like asking you where you get your money from after payday.
Hmm.
Now that's done at 10/24, is that right? The one that she sent?
Yes, it was in at 10/24.
February 1st at 10/24. Where is he? Where is his device at 10/24 on February 1st?
So I can't see. You pull it up. Okay, close to it's gonna be close to where his parents live. The address on Lapberry.
Okay.
Be Rock Creek.
Now he sent a text at what time?
10:32 p.m.
32. What does he say?
He says, And he goes on to say, okay, baby, where you at?
Okay. He's asking her where she's at.
Yes.
Where is he going? At 10:49. Is he going to Mud Island at 10:49?
I know from my evidence that he leaves the address on Lapberry and then he goes to the river.
Okay.
Which is down Treasure Isle Drive towards that park.
So she goes, you mean Island Drive?
Island Drive, I'm sorry.
She sends an attachment and then he says what?
Well, I just left the house.
Okay. Then he says what?
When you leave there,
What time is that text?
that's gonna be at 11:13 p.m.
Where's the 11:13 p.m.? I'm gonna put up, exhibit 160.
Okay, he's gonna be down by the river.
Okay. Down there by the river?
Yes.
What does he say again when he's down by the river?
He asked her, when you leave there, that's gonna be 11:13.
Okay. Response, they shit so nice, I don't wanna leave. I gotta move down here, LOL.
Yeah, so. Dude, come on. You already say I come at inappropriate hours.
Now, he sent that last text, when do you leave there, at what time?
That text was sent at 11:13 p.m.
The very next text he sends is the one you just read, right? Dude, come on. What time is that?
That's gonna be 11:48
Okay.
p.m.
Where is he during that gap in time?
He should be at the river. If his time matches. Yeah.
He's down there at the river during that gap in time?
Yes, it appears so.
All right, he says, dude, come on, you already say I come in appropriate hours. She comes back with, dude, go in. She ain't studying you, TBH.
No, I don't feel comfortable doing that.
All right. She sends an attachment.
Not anymore, I'm not.
Huh. Then there's a blank text. You ain't gotta do all that. You ain't gotta do all that, I think is what she says. Now, when she sends these three texts, what time is it on those three?
The one where it says, huh, appears to be sent at 11:50 p.m. The blank text was at 12:03 a.m. on February 2nd. And the you ain't gotta do all that. That's gonna be 12:04 a.m.
And she says, I don't wanna know your whereabouts, LOL, unless I ask you, love. You've grown, babe.
Still, just wanna keep showing you, that's all. You had it, so keep it.
I don't want to. I don't want to. And we're still at the 12:05 time frame, right?
12:05 a.m.
Where's this phone during this little group of texts?
That appears to be Range Road 51, so that's gonna be the Walgreens.
Okay. You forever good. Anyways. Always, that's at 12:08. I don't want to clock you or feel insecure. You've grown. I just gotta stop tripping and stuff. What time is that one?
That's gonna be at 12:09 a.m.
His response to that is what?
Hmm.
And where is he leaving at 12:11 a.m.?
11. He should be leaving the Walgreens around that time.
Okay. The blank text. His response.
Not the right kiss.
Another blank one.
Thank you.
It's another blank one.
I want to cuddle tonight. I ain't slept with you in a week.
So when he sends this one, you've already indicated his phone leaves for Walgreens. Where is he headed now?
He leaves the Walgreens. If I'm not mistaken, he heads to the Walmart.
He goes to the Walmart. And what's he saying there?
Says, I want to cuddle tonight. I ain't slept with you in a week.
If I ain't sleeping right, LOL. Rough. I probably gotta get some gas tomorrow when I get off. I'm lazy. Yeah.
I'm finna go in, tell them to open the door.
Okay. And where is he when he sends that text at 12:21 a.m.?
That takes, he should be at Artesia's house on Stacy Road, I believe.
And in that text, he's asking her to tell them to let him in?
Yes.
That's his eye. That's the last one. So when you're reviewing, and trying to corroborate evidence that, or corroborate statements that the defendant made, are you also trying to eliminate other potential suspects?
Yes. For the purpose of that, I mean, we want to get the right person, not
Right.
just anybody. We want to get the right.
And what did a lot of those texts tell you? When we know that a lot of those texts were when he was at the murder scene, he was at the river he testified to, where Teddy Kennedy was thrown in, and all these things, so corroborating everything he said. But what do those texts between him and Artesia tell you about Artesia?
That she's not very happy with the situation at hand, that he's trying to win her over, and that there's, they're kind of going back and forth to each other emotionally.
What does it tell you about Artesia's location while he's at the murder scene and down at the river, putting baby Kennedy in the river?
It appears that she's not there.
All right. Thank you, sir. No further questions, sir.
Break time. It might be lunchtime. I'm not sure. But I'll see you in a minute. You are not to discuss anything that you learned today or any other day.
Leave your notebooks in the chair.
Sergeant Boyd, you are still under oath. You are not to discuss any of your testimony with anyone. And hopefully we'll pick back up with you after the break. I just don't know how long it's gonna take.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may step down. Mr. Christensen, do you want him to keep this item here?
Not for us, Judge. We can put all that back. Thank you.
You all may have a seat, please. You asked for time to speak with your guest expert prior to your cross-examination of Sergeant Boyd. At some point, since the jury is out, we will have to discuss any limitations that may apply to the expert's testimony. If we need to talk about it. Don't be confused, we need to talk about it.
Okay.
Thank you. Recess.
Court stands in recess.
I guess we can check back in. I know they're eating lunch at noon. So
spend this time with your expert.
Thank you.
We don't know how these things go. I only just discovered how many.
The other ones,
Your proofs look like. We're down to 3.5, I guess. If you say half, I'm giving half to Cross.
yes, ma'am, 3.5. The other ones I don't think would take super long, but it's the DNA expert, the crime scene officer that took the clothes that tested for DNA, and then buyers.
My only concern is my understanding of a witness under subpoena, as I can't guarantee when he will testify. And I'd like to think that you didn't, because we don't know how these things go. I only just discovered how many witnesses we were gonna have maybe 2 weeks ago. And I think that someone from your firm blurted it out and I overheard it. So there's certain things that I just don't know. I've asked the state if they'll consider hearing him out of turn, and they say no. The last thing I want to do is threaten to have your witness arrested if we can't get to him today because he can't testify. But Mr. Isabelle has a right to put on proof. So I may have to overrule the state's objection to going out of order if this gets bad. This is where I am in my head. I've not made a final decision. I just need to know where we are. Because for a lot of this trial, I felt like I didn't know. He has a flight to catch at 6:30 in the morning. State says no, they don't want to go out of order. They may have to. It's judicial discretion. I'm going to review this document. Is this your exhibit?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is your only copy.
It is not my only copy, but that's
Just give me a minute to peruse while we bring in the jury. Is everyone okay with that? Everyone understands where I am?
yes, Your Honor.
You asked me to give you grace, I have. Day one, you said, Judge, we're gonna need grace, and I've given it. I just think that right now, in order to maintain and protect his fundamentally constitutional rights, if I have to go out of order, that's what I'm gonna do.
There is no mechanism to go out of order. There's no legal mechanism forcing us to allow the state to.
I'm not forcing you to allow anything. I'm telling you what'll happen.
There's no legal way to do that, you know? The only way to do that is if we had an expert testifying, and they wanted to put their expert testifying after ours, and we all agreed. There is no way for the court, there's no legal way for the court to put defense proof into the state's proof. There's just no mechanism for that.
And I guess the Court of Criminal Appeals will tell me if I got it wrong. How late are we staying?
We'll stay as long as we need to, Judge.
You stand there.
before the jury steps in, if the court is going to have the defense expert testify before the close of state's proof, the state would be potentially objecting to a couple of the things contained in his reports, 2 specific paragraphs regarding statistical data. Whatever the court would like to address about that.
I don't have any information about reports. All I have is this CV. So you're speaking to me about information I don't have.
Yes, sir. I was just wanting to put it on your Honor's radar. That way you would be aware of.
So I'll have to do a separate jury out to not only read these reports, but then to be able to intelligently understand what your objections are.
And I think, Your Honor, I can guide you to specifically those paragraphs, and they are just paragraphs of generally of statistical data, and the state is objecting to that data. I'll go deeper into it once we get into it, Your Honor. I just wanted to.
I'm all right. Let's give me the short version if that's possible.
Yes, Your Honor. So specifically, it's going to be paragraphs 4 and 11, I believe.
Statistical data,
Yes, Your Honor.
paragraphs 4 and
Which
11.
are numbered. And, Your Honor, the state's position is one, the statistical data included is not, it's not really relevant to this case, and that is talking about statistics for false confessions in cases just across the board. But additionally, Your Honor, it is kind of getting to a point to where it's comparing this case to other cases, but the statistical data doesn't show really where that data is coming from. It doesn't show, Your Honor, where.
Okay, so you're giving me the basics, right?
Yes, sir. The basics is that it doesn't show what type of cases it was looking at.
Thank you.
There's more, but
I'm sure there is,
yes, sir.
but I got 15 people out
Yes, sir. I understand.
that I have to deal with. Thank you.
Young jury in the courtroom.
Welcome back. That wasn't too bad, right? It was light. It was light. It wasn't too heavy. You shouldn't go to sleep on me. No. Okay. Thank you, Patty. Just one little tidbit of housekeeping, just because I just asked Mr. Christensen about it. This could potentially go as far as we need to go today. I have tried to give you all some time to yourself out of this box and stop at a reasonable hour, say 4:30 or 5:30. I think we probably hit 6-ish one time. My goal is to move through what's remaining of the state's case in chief as quickly as possible, as I promised you I would. So that's just a heads up. I'll keep you apprised as I'm making these decisions in my head. Are we gonna stop? Are we gonna go? Are we gonna stop? I'll let you know because I want it to be a collective decision. Keep going, stop. We need a break because I need you 100% focusing on what's happening, okay? You can't do that tired. Trust me, okay? Please call your witness up. No, Sergeant Boyd, you are cross-examination. You're being cross-examined now. The state has not arrested, but tendered him on direct. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Boyd, you were on the Homicide Bureau in February 2022.
Yes,
And at the time, you had been on homicide for 5 years?
would have been less than 5. Actually, at the time that this homicide occurred, no.
Okay, how long had you been on the Homicide Bureau at the time that this event occurred?
Roughly a year and a half, maybe, or something.
Now, you were the lead investigator in this case, right?
Yes,
What does that mean?
That I'm in charge of coordinating the case, arranging it, preparing it for it.
You make the calls and you kind of delegate the tasks.
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you about your training, okay?
Okay.
To become a police officer, you have to go through the academy.
Correct.
And during the time in the academy, you do physical training as well as classroom training, right?
Yes.
Now, as part of the class training, did you receive any training in conducting interviews or interrogations?
This was over 18 years ago, but no, I don't recall. I don't believe so.
Okay. And so leading up to your time in homicide, what specialized training did you receive regarding conducting interrogations?
Well, my experience and what I learned was mostly through my partners and watching and learning more experienced investigators conduct interviews and things like that. We don't interrogate, we interview.
Okay. What's the difference between an interrogation and an interview?
Well, an interview is just trying to obtain information. You ask questions and, you determine whether this person may be responsible or not. Pretty much just finding the truth.
Okay. And how is that different from an interrogation?
I guess I would describe an interrogation as more accusatory, things like that.
Okay. So an interview is just asking evidence-based questions, whereas an interrogation would be more accusatory.
In my opinion, yes.
Okay. Now, so you've received no specialized training at all in conducting interviews?
No.
And that being aside from your military experience?
My military experience was also kind of watching, observing, and kind of learning on the fly, on the job training, if you will.
So the military did not instruct you in how to conduct interrogations on, I think you said, Iraqi insurgents?
Mm-hmm. Iraqi nationals.
If the witness will please use words when answering in the affirmative or the negative.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So you've received no specialized training in your capacity as a law enforcement officer?
When it comes to interrogation, no.
Okay. Now I want to talk to you about the purpose of an interview or an interrogation, okay?
Okay.
What do you consider the primary purpose of that function?
To gain information.
And gathering facts is important to your investigation, right?
Correct.
Helping further your investigation move with those facts,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And the purpose of an interrogation or an interview is not just to make somebody confess, right?
Right.
The purpose is to gain information, right?
Yes.
And so your questions should be designed to gain information, right?
In the broad sense, I guess.
Okay.
Situations dictate.
The purpose should not be to force someone to adopt a particular narrative.
That's correct.
Now, when you originally encountered Mr. Isabelle at homicide, the information that you had at that point in time was that Danielle Hoyle was deceased,
Yes.
that Kennedy Hoyle was missing,
Yes.
and that Brandon Isabelle was Kennedy Hoyle's father.
Yes.
And that was the information you had at that point.
Also on that, he probably was the last one to see her alive.
Okay. Now, earlier in the evening, prior to you coming into contact with Mr. Isabelle, you had gone out to the scene at Levi and Sedgwick, right?
Yes.
And do you remember what time you got on the scene?
I don't recall exactly.
Okay, was it daytime or nighttime?
Early morning hours, so
So
nighttime.
dark outside.
Still dark, yes.
And do you recall the area?
Yeah, Levi and Sedgwick, it's like an access road. A lot of trees on both sides of the road, very dark.
Okay. Now, what time did you leave Levi and Sedgwick?
I couldn't give you that time exactly.
Do you remember where you went from Levi and Sedgwick?
I believe I left there and went to 170 North Main.
Where you would have come in contact with Mr. Isabelle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now I want to talk to you about the interview room set up with Mr. Isabelle, okay? Y'all have multiple interview rooms at 170 North Main, right?
Yes.
Do you remember which interview room Mr. Isabel was placed in?
He was placed in the room that we refer to as the big room. I think that's room number 1022,
Okay.
if I'm not mistaken.
And there's a long metal bench,
Wooden,
a wooden bench,
yes, ma'am.
and that's where Mr. Isabel was sitting.
Yes.
And that was where you first encountered him.
Mhm.
And at that point in time, he was handcuffed
Yes.
on the hand,
Yes.
handcuffed on the leg.
Yes.
And he had been in that room for a couple of hours.
I believe so, yes.
He was not free to leave.
No.
And you watched the whole video of the interrogation interview process, right?
Yes. Yes.
And during that period of time, Mr. Isabel talked to you about the cuffs being too tight. You had to loosen them, right?
I don't recall exactly in this case, but I mean, it's common.
Do you recall how long he had been in the room prior to y'all coming in? Does it sound right that it was a little over 2 hours?
That's possible.
And you came into the room a little after 9 a.m.
Sounds possible.
Okay, so I want to talk to you about the initiation of the interview, okay? You and Sergeant Winbush were the two primary people conducting this interrogation, right?
Yes.
And that was in an interview room with just the three of you going in and out, right?
Yes.
And that was at Homicide Bureau.
Yes.
And you told him he was at the Homicide Bureau.
I can't recall if I told him that or not.
Do you recall him being told that he was in the Homicide Bureau for questioning when he was asked if he knew what this was about?
No, I don't recall that either. I'm
Okay.
not saying that it didn't happen, I just don't recall at this moment.
Okay. And we've all watched the whole thing. So
Okay.
I want to talk to you about the advice of rights.
Okay.
You gave Mr. Isabel a form that had his rights on it.
Yes.
And you asked him to read it.
Mhm.
And this was at the very beginning of the interview, right?
Yes.
And there's still very much a cordial tone at this point.
Yes.
And when he's reading the rights, he gets to the word coercion. And y'all had to explain the word coercion to him, right?
Yes.
And how did you explain that to him?
Coercion. You're being bullied, we're messing with you, making you feel threatened, things like that.
Okay. And basically you were saying, we're not going to do those things to you once you're talking to us, right?
No, actually the form more refers to whether he wanted to speak to us. So he wasn't being coerced to actually speak to us, and it's just, advising him of his rights.
So is it your position that once he signs that paper and says, I'll talk to you, that you can do anything you want to do while you're talking to him?
No, ma'am.
The statement still continually must be a voluntary statement, right?
Correct.
After the signing of rights.
Correct.
Coercion should not happen after the signing of rights.
Correct.
Threats should not happen after the signing of rights.
Correct.
The statement should remain voluntary, right?
Yes.
And free of those pressures, right?
Yes.
And there's a reason for that, isn't there?
Yes.
You want to have the best basis for a statement that you can have, right?
Yes.
And coercion and threats do not give you that basis.
No, they do not.
I want to talk to you about the information as it developed, okay? When you first spoke with Mr. Isabelle, you did not have his phone, right?
I think that once he was brought down, his phone was brought down with him, so it was there, but I didn't have it in my physical possession. It was inside a basket outside the door.
Okay. Y'all didn't have access to his phone until he gave you the passcode.
Correct.
And that happened later on during the interview.
Yes.
And once he gave you that passcode, then you sent it on to be analyzed.
Correct.
So when the interview started, you did not have the GPS information.
No.
And actually, for a while into the interview, you did not have the GPS information.
That's correct.
So I want to talk to you about some of the things that you said to Mr. Isabelle that could have been construed as a threat. Okay?
Okay.
Are you trained to threaten people during an interview?
No.
Has that been part of your on-the-job experience?
No.
Is it a good practice to threaten people during an interview?
No.
Why not?
Well, 'cause you can obtain false confessions and things like that.
Okay.
Or the person in question could just shut down.
Did you threaten Mr. Isabelle?
No, I did not.
Did you say to him, because the story that you're running with right now, and I'm going to say this with all fucking honesty, the story that you're running with right now, you will be fucking dodging dicks for the next 50 fucking years with that fucking story. Do you understand what I'm saying? That shit ain't gonna fucking fly, Brandon. I'm just being real with you. It ain't gonna fucking fly, bro. You know that, and I know that.
Yeah, I guess I have.
And what did you mean when you told him he was going to be dodging dicks for the next 50 years?
So what I meant by that was that he would be screwed in life for the next 50 years. But also that statement is up for interpretation.
Okay. Is it your under oath testimony that you were not referring to being raped in prison?
No.
And that is not, it is your under oath testimony that that is not a viable interpretation of that?
Well, many people can interpret it that way. I mean, rape in prison is a real reality. It does happen. But that's not what I meant.
My question was, is it your under oath testimony that that is not a viable interpretation of what you said?
No.
That is not a viable interpretation. That's your testimony.
Yeah.
Okay. Under oath.
Yes.
And you told Mr. Isabelle that if he confessed, that he would not have to worry about screwing up his life and dodging dicks for the next 50 years, right?
I don't think I would it that way.
Because the story with you're running with right now, and I'm gonna say this with all honesty, I'm going to modify your statements a little bit. The story that you're running with right now, you will be dodging dicks for the next 50 years with that story. Do you understand what I'm saying? That ain't gonna fly, Brandon. I'm just being real with you. It ain't gonna fly, bro.
Well, his story wasn't making sense. That's what I was referring to.
In what way did those statements help you collect facts for this investigation?
Well, eventually he did confess to the murder, and I was able to corroborate that with facts.
Eventually, after you mentioned dodging dicks for 50 years.
Sometime after that, yes.
I want to talk to you about your role in an interrogation, okay?
Okay.
What is your role?
What do you mean, clarify that for me?
What is your role as a law enforcement officer in an interrogation of a suspect?
To collect information.
Okay. Are you working on developing a case against that person?
Sometimes. In this case, yeah.
Okay. And simultaneous with this interview, there was also an interview going on with Artisha Stewart, right?
I don't know if it was simultaneous, but she did, was the subject of the interview as well.
Okay. And when you are interviewing a potential suspect, is it your job to help that person?
What do you mean?
Is it your job to give that person leniency if they talk to you?
I don't have the power to give them any legal leniency.
So that would not be your job, right?
No.
That would not be your role.
No.
Is it your role to save them from this situation?
Can't say it would be, no.
Would it be a lie to tell them that is your role?
If I told them it was my role, yes, that would be a lie.
would it be a lie to tell them that the only way to save themselves is to make a statement?
Depends on the situation. So it would not be a lie, depending on the situation.
Okay. If you believed a person was guilty of something, and they told you they were guilty of something, would it be a lie to tell them that telling you that would be saving themselves?
Well, it depends on how it would make that person appear. You know, remorseful or sorry for what they've done, or they could appear to be a cold-hearted person that viciously murdered people without any regard for anything else.
And you talked to Brandon several times about giving a statement is showing remorse, right?
Well, it wasn't necessarily giving a statement. What he was telling us, it wasn't adding up to some of the evidence that we had, so we knew it wasn't truthful what he was telling us.
Okay. But you did tell him a couple of times that giving a statement is a way to show remorse, right?
Yes,
And he did give you a statement.
he eventually did. He was actually in the process of giving a statement when I was saying these things to him. He was already giving a statement. He was already talking.
During the times that you spoke with him, there were several times that you and or Sergeant Winbush would call him a monster. Do you remember that?
Vaguely, yes.
And do you remember saying, you can either confess or you can be a monster? Something to that effect?
Maybe something to that effect.
You're not a monster, okay? What's done is done, okay? Right now, you just have to talk to me, okay? You remember saying that?
That sounds about right.
So you were telling him, you have to talk to us. And if you don't talk to us, everybody's going to think you're a monster.
Is that an interpretation of what I'm saying, of what I said?
Yes. Is that a fair interpretation of what you said?
Sure.
Okay. In what way did that help you collect evidence?
Well, even after that, he started telling more of the story that actually corroborated with the evidence that we had.
And part of the time, he would, further on into the interview, he would agree with things that y'all were saying that weren't actually true facts, right?
Which part are you referring to?
So, for example, there was conversations, y'all were asking him about, the car seat. And he would go along with what you said about the car seat, right? And this was several hours into the interview.
Object to this point, I don't know what he said a lot of things about the car seat, so I'm not sure what she's referring to right here, when he's going along with what they said about the car seat.
I can be more specific.
That'd be helpful, sustain the objection.
When you were discussing with Mr. Isabelle about the baby being placed by the river, y'all were asking him, did you put the car seat down by the river? He'd say yes. And he started adopting the fact that the car seat was there down by the river, right?
Yeah.
And that wasn't true, right?
Right.
And several times, y'all would confront him with evidence, I believe is the phrase that you and Sergeant Winbush used. But some of those times, the evidence that you confronted him with wasn't true. Is that right?
Yes.
And particularly telling him that you had video evidence that you didn't have.
Yes.
Is that lying to him?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Is it okay to lie to him to get him to say something?
Yes, in the legal terms, it is perfectly legal to use deception as part of the lawful interrogation strategy.
Okay.
That's what we're doing.
And so you were on board with lying to him to get him to confess.
If it meant finding their baby, absolutely.
Okay. Now, you also accused Mr. Isabelle several times when his story was not fitting your narrative of lying. Do you remember that?
Well, it wasn't necessarily my narrative. It just wasn't matching the evidence.
Okay. What evidence, aside from at the very end of the interview, after over 8 hours of interrogation, Mr. Isabelle saying that he threw the baby in the river. What other evidence did you have to support that?
I can't recall at the moment, but at the time we were getting in a lot of information, LPR hits, things like that. We had some investigators in my team going out there collecting video. So a lot of that stuff was being relayed to me, being the lead investigator.
Okay, so my question was, what aside from at the very end of the statement, Mr. Isabelle saying that he threw the baby in the river, what other evidence do you have to support that?
Well, the hat being by the river, we didn't locate the car seat by the river, and we definitely didn't locate the baby by the river.
Okay. Specifically though about throwing the baby. Did you have anything else to corroborate that?
I can't recall at the moment, no.
Do you remember how many times you called him a liar during the interview?
I don't know, it probably was a lot.
About 50 times?
And he was lying a lot.
And you would call him a liar every time you didn't believe what he was saying was lining up with what you believed the evidence to be, right?
Correct.
And were those the times that you were willing to lie to him about what evidence y'all had?
Not specifically. The only time I really recall is when I told him that that area was monitored, which wasn't entirely a lie. I mean, the officer actually went back there and found the vehicle. So it is monitored somewhat. It's just not recorded or video, under video surveillance.
And that's when you told him that area is video monitored. I'm not bullshitting you.
Yeah, something to that effect.
And that he needed to tell you the truth about what happened.
Correct.
I want to talk to you. I believe when you were on direct with Mr. Christensen, you said that the dodging dicks comment was just to impress upon him the seriousness of this situation.
Yes.
Because part of the seriousness of this situation is that it could involve significant jail time,
Yes.
which would be in prison.
Yeah.
And you can get raped in prison.
It's a reality. Yes.
And if he didn't tell you what he or what you wanted him to say, he was going to get raped in prison for the next 50 years.
It's continued, asked and answered several times.
Your response?
Your Honor, I'm crossing him.
You're crossing him, but it was asked and answered.
I
Sustained.
Move on. You had an idea of what you wanted him to say. Is that fair?
No.
No?
No. His story wasn't matching up with the evidence. So the question that I asked was trying to get him to come forward more, give us more information, more accurate, truthful information. So it wasn't my narrative. I wanted the truth.
There was information that you had, right?
Yes.
You formed opinions based on that information, right?
I wouldn't necessarily say they were opinions. The information that we got, we disciplined ourselves to follow the evidence. So that's what I was doing, following the evidence.
Okay, well, the video from the body cam down at the river shows y'all saying, saying that he threw the baby in the river. You threw the baby in the river. You threw. Toss that baby. And Mr. Isabelle denied that and denied that and denied that and denied that and denied that, right?
Yes.
And then finally, when Sergeant Winbush said, this is not going to stop until you say, I threw the baby in the river.
Jason does, that's a misstatement of what Winbush asked.
Your Honor, we've watched.
He said this is not gonna stop until we find that that's what he said.
I think that there's more than one quote that's similar to that.
Sustained.
Mr. Isabelle had been told that that interview was not going to stop until y'all got what you wanted, right?
I mean, I didn't tell him that.
Yeah, that's a mischaracterization of the question asked. And we'd object to that.
I think the jury will be able to sort it out if they are going to rely on their personal notes about what was said and what was not said. I don't know that Sergeant Boyd is going to be able to tell us what Sergeant Winbush discussed. Sustain the objection.
Sergeant Boyd, I want to talk to you about the way that you were dealing with Mr. Isabelle during this interaction, okay? Would you agree with me that at the beginning of the interview, you were very cordial?
Yes,
You engaged in rapport building.
yes.
And as the interview progressed, you became much more aggressive.
I wouldn't call it aggressive. I mean, I was trying to get, actually, my goal was to find the baby.
And you were using a lot of strong language.
Yes,
You were using a lot of name calling, right?
I don't think I called him any names directly.
You didn't call him a monster.
I said that he would be viewed as a monster.
You didn't call him a fucking liar.
That I did.
And all this time while this is going on, I believe Mr. Isabel's total time in the interview room, minus that, or including the time he went to the river, was a little over 10 hours. Does that sound right?
Sounds about right.
And Miss Stewart was in her interview room for about 8 hours, right?
Yes,
Now, when you brought Miss Stewart in for an interview, you believed that she was also involved, right?
initially, yes.
Okay. And you decided that you didn't believe that anymore when she explained to you that she was at her cousin's house.
I can't recall the moment when we kind of got clear on that, but there was a lot of things that we had to check and confirm with the statement that she gave us.
But you believed that she had an alibi.
At the end, yes.
Okay. And that was that she was at her cousin's house.
I can't recall where she said she was, but I don't believe she was involved in the murder.
The cousin's house being a Chelsea and Second,
I'm drawing a blank.
right there downtown near the bridge.
Sure.
Okay. Did you ever talk to her cousin?
No.
I want to talk to you about some different aspects of the investigation, okay? Should you conduct an investigation with a certain narrative in mind?
No.
Why?
Well, if you do that with a certain narrative in mind, you could easily go down the wrong path and you can miss a lot of things.
Okay. Now, the text messages that you collected that you were reading on direct, those were spanning from about January the 30th until February 2nd, right?
Yes.
And for that period of time, that is a substantial number of texts, right?
Yes.
And their conversations, I mean, the texts are, for the most part, pretty quickly turnaround, or a pretty quick turnaround on the responses.
Yes.
And that's pretty consistent throughout those days, right?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you about the evidence that was collected from the Chevy Cruise, okay? You were the lead investigator,
Yes.
so you kind of direct what you want collected, right?
Yes.
And you wanted blood collected from the car?
Yes, anything that is of evidentiary value. So I don't necessarily, because I wasn't on that scene, but my team, they're experienced investigators. So once they're there, they kind of know what to collect and what not to collect.
You wanted GSR collected?
If they saw fit to do that, yes.
DNA?
If they saw fit to do that, yes.
Bullet casings?
If they saw fit to do that,
Okay. After they saw fit to do all of that, as the lead investigator, that information comes to you.
yes.
Did you then send all of that off for testing?
I believe so, yes.
You did?
I believe so, yes.
You sent the GSR off for testing?
I don't know exactly. There was a lot of things that were sent off for testing. I can't list all the specific things in my head right now.
Did you send any of the bullet casings off for testing?
I think they go to NIBIN. NIBIN does the work on that.
Okay, well, NIBIN is a different process though than TBI, right?
Correct.
TBI can test to see if shell casings came
Is the
from the
question,
same.
Judge, or is it testimony?
Sounds like testimony to me. NIBIN or TBI, you're explaining to him the difference between which.
No, I said there is a difference between them.
And move on.
There is a difference between NIBIN and the TBI testing, right?
Yes.
TBI testing can evaluate whether shell casings were fired from the same gun, right? And if you have a gun, TBI can compare a shell casing to that gun, right?
Yes.
To see if that shell casing was fired from that gun.
Yes.
Were any of the shell casings in this case sent for testing?
I can't recall, so long ago.
Do you recall whether you got any results from ballistics testing?
I can't recall.
Now, I want to talk to you about the video from Island Drive, okay?
Okay.
You testified that that was a car that looked like the vehicle involved.
Yes.
And y'all gathered that.
Yes.
In the process of gathering that information, did you check it compared to that GPS location that you had to see if the times matched up?
Yes, I did, and I believe they did match up.
All of
if
them
I'm not
did?
mistaken. I don't know if all of them. It's been a while. This is before I sent the case to the prosecutor's office.
Okay. Those shell casings that were found on the scene of Levi and Sedgwick, they were all collected, right?
I believe so, yes.
And there was never a determination made on whether those 9mm casings were fired from the same gun.
If they were sent to NIBIN, it would have gave a likely result that they were. I can't recall off the top of my head right now.
And you're saying there's a likely result that they were just because you think that there's a likely result that they were?
No, normally, once they're entered into evidence, the NIBIN team comes, collects those from evidence from the evidence room, and then they test it. But in this case, I don't see how they would. There was no gun.
Okay, but the TBI can look at shell casings to find consistent markers from shell casings, right?
I'm not sure how they work. I don't work for TBI.
Okay, so as the lead investigator, you didn't think you needed to find out whether those had been fired from the same gun?
I can't recall if I did or not, to be honest with you.
Okay. And as part of your investigation, you did collect a .40 caliber gun from Artisha Stewart.
Yes,
And there was a .40 caliber shell casing at the scene at Levi and Sedgwick.
possibly.
Did you have that shell casing compared to that gun?
I'm not sure. I don't think it was. If it was tagged into evidence, it probably was placed into the NIBIN system and tested as well.
Okay. Did you ever get any results on that?
I can't recall if I did.
1 moment, please. If there had been that testing done by TBI, you would have wanted to see those results, right?
Yes.
That's all I have.
All right, now's a good time for a break. We'll come back on your redirect.
Thank you.
A member of the jury has asked for a break, and they're gonna get it. You're still under oath. You don't talk to anybody. Thank you. No discussions. Surely you're good at this now. You know you can't talk about it, okay? See you in a bit. It is now 1:53. Let's get them back in here by 2:03. If we can. Are you playing any more video?
No, no,
So
ma'am.
can we mute that, please?
Young juror in the courtroom.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. And when we're talking about, benefits and stuff, could look better if he says something or that kind of thing, those sort of things.
Yeah.
Would it have been beneficial to him had y'all actually found baby Kennedy down by the river where he kept telling you that baby Kennedy was?
Yes, absolutely.
Were there any 40 caliber shell casings found in Danielle's car?
I don't believe so, no.
As far as testing with the 9mm shell casings, you indicated that the ones that were found in her car matched the ones that were found on the crime scene, is that right?
Yes, as far as the caliber and the brand.
Okay. And that was also, was it or was it not the same caliber or brand that was found in his car, in Brandon Isabel's car?
Yes.
Were you, is the primary focus when you're interviewing a witness, interrogating a suspect, to corroborate what they're saying with actual evidence?
Yes, if their story doesn't match the evidence, then we continue to press until we can until the person tells the truth.
And in this case, Sergeant Boyd, were you or were you not able to do that with respect to the scene at Levi and Sedgwick?
Yes.
And were you or were you not able to do that with respect to the scene down at Mud Island?
Yes.
And were you or were you not able to do that with respect to all points in between, all the other crime scenes?
Yes.
Did he tell you something about the slides he was wearing?
He told me that he removed them, I believe.
Did he tell you anything about what was on them?
Danielle's blood.
Were you able to corroborate that?
Yes.
Were you able to corroborate their location?
Yes.
When you guys went down there to the river, what did you find where he said that baby Kennedy should have been?
We found her hat.
You've already testified that you were able to confirm that hat was in fact baby Kennedy's hat.
Yes, through family members.
Was baby Kennedy there?
No. No, she was not.
Were you able to determine where the chair that baby Kennedy had been in was?
Yes.
And where was that?
It was behind the Walmart, behind the dumpsters.
And he kept insisting that he left her down there by the river, right?
He did.
But she's not down there by the river, is she?
She was not.
In your view, Sergeant, is it a leap in logic that when someone says they left the baby down by the river, well, let me ask you these questions first. To your knowledge, could baby Kennedy walk?
No.
Could she swim?
No.
Could she make a phone call?
Absolutely not.
Could she roll over? Could she raise her head?
Nope.
So in your view, is it a great leap in logic that she is actually in the river and was thrown in the river?
Objection, speculation?
Your response?
She cross-examined him thoroughly about why he mentioned first that the baby was in the river, so that's what I'm asking him, why he mentioned first that the baby was in the river.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, so the position of the hat and where we found it, it was extremely likely that baby Kennedy was in the river.
And ultimately, what did he say about how baby Kennedy got in the river?
Ultimately, he said that he carried her down. He said as he carried her down to the river, her hat fell off, and as he got to the river, he grabbed her by the leg and threw her in.
Thank you. So another question.
Just to be clear, same brand and same caliber doesn't necessarily equal the same batch of bullets, right?
No,
And a 9mm is the most common caliber of bullet.
it's common, but the likelihood of it being in his vehicle and on the crime scene and inside Danielle Hoyle's vehicle kind of speaks for itself.
Right. But you didn't have it tested, right?
Well, not that I can recall at the moment. I can't say if it was tested or not right now, but yes.
And you didn't test the 40? The 40 caliber?
Not
shell
personally,
casing?
no.
You didn't test any of the other casings that were out there?
If they were entered into evidence, they had a chance to go to NIBIN, but NIBIN is their own entity within the department.
And you didn't test DNA on anything, on the cap or on the car seat?
I can't recall if it was tested or not.
And you didn't test the GSR from inside the car?
Probably not.
That's all I have.
No redirect.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Your next witness, please.
You're on the state of Tennessee called Jim Byers.
Byers, come forward. Watch your step. Stand right here, face your arm, raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
Please have a seat, watch your step.
Would you please state your name and spell it for the jury?
Jim Byers, Jimbyars.
Mr. Byers, where do you work?
The Shelby County District Attorney General's Office.
What do you do there?
I'm a criminal investigator for the Special Victims Unit.
What does a criminal investigator do?
We do search warrants, interviews, find evidence, find witnesses, just any request the Attorney General asks of us.
How long have you been a criminal investigator for the district attorney's office?
Almost 9 years.
What did you do before that?
I was a sergeant with the Memphis Police Department and retired at 26 years.
As a sergeant with the Memphis Police Department, you do similar things to what you do now as a criminal investigator?
I was assigned to the sex crimes unit on the child side. So I did physical and sexual abuse cases of children.
I'd like to direct your attention to the case of State of Tennessee versus Brandon Isabelle. Did you do any work in that case?
Yes.
Specifically, I'd like to direct your attention back to September 5th of 2025. Did you go take some aerial photographs that day?
I did.
Explain to the jury what it is generally you did on that day.
We went up in a helicopter and just went to several different locations and just took photographs and video from the helicopter.
While in the helicopter, whose helicopter is that?
Memphis Police helicopter.
While in the Memphis Police helicopter, did you go to the area of Levi and Sedgwick?
I did.
Did you take aerial photographs in that area?
I did.
You're at this time requesting permission to pass to the witness 3 photographs. Mr. Byers, I passed you 3 photographs. Can you please look at those and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, sir.
What are they?
This is the aerial photographs of Sedgwick and Levi.
They appear an accurate depiction of what you saw from the helicopter that day?
Yes, sir. These are the ones I took.
Your Honor, this time it has to be marked as Exhibit 180 Collective, 3 photographs. Requesting permission to publish once more.
Go ahead, please.
Mr. Byers, is this one of the photographs?
Yes, sir.
And, let's see. We are requesting permission to pass to the witness a pointer. Mr. Byers, I'm passing you a digital laser pointer at that top button. There you go. Could you please show us where Levi and Sedgwick is on this?
This is Sedgwick Street, comes in through here. When you make this turn right here, it turns into Levi, goes this direction. So this is Levi, this is Sedgwick.
And this road coming down off of Sedgwick by what appears to be kind of, is that a commercial area?
Yes, sir.
Now, it's coming back down towards that bottom left-hand corner, the roadway, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that Lakeview?
Yes, sir. Right here.
Where is Mart Road?
Martin is going to be further back down here, approximately about a mile.
And you were gesturing with the pointer. Is it about where the pointer is showing on the screen, or is it, where was it?
It's further down.
What's that in the bottom left-hand corner? Does it appear to be a cellular tower?
Right here.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Going to the next photograph of collecting exhibit 180. Please explain to the jury what they can see here.
This is Sedgwick. And this is Levi right here.
The third photograph.
This is Sedgwick. And this is Levi. And that's Lakeview there.
Mr. Byers, did you ever drive by that location or go to that location?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you go to that location during daytime?
Yes, sir.
Why did you go by it during daytime?
From the helicopter, everything looks the same, so I want to make sure when I'm up there, I'm oriented to what I'm looking at on the ground. So I look for specific things, just so I know what I'm looking for when I get in the helicopter.
Did you also go by there at nighttime?
I did.
Did you, and when you, how did you get out there?
At nighttime, I drove my technical car.
And so did you walk the area of Sedgwick and Levi at nighttime?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you also drive to Mart Road?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you drive that road at night?
I did.
Did you also go out to Mud Island?
I did.
Did you do a walkthrough of the Mud Island boat ramp at night?
Yes, I did.
Were all those video recorded?
They were.
You're, requesting permission to pass an object to the witness. The night that you did that, was that September 8th of 2025?
Yes, sir.
Could you take a look at what it is that I passed you and then tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, sir. It's an envelope I've walked on and initial. An envelope I've signed and initialed.
What's inside of it?
A jump drive
Take a look at that.
that I've also initialed that I've seen.
So is that the jump drive that you watched?
Yes, sir.
Does it contain those 3 videos we just talked about?
Yes, sir.
Are they a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw out in those locations?
Yes, sir.
You are at this time asked to be marked as Exhibit 181.
Driving and seeing walkthrough videos initialed by JB in a very tiny envelope.
Question permission to publish.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. this the video of walkthrough at Levi and Sedgwick?
Yes, sir. We're starting on Sedgwick, walking up towards Levi.
The corner of Sedgwick and what?
Lakeview.
Onto Sedgwick Drive. Turning right off of Lakeview onto Sedgwick Drive.
There's a barrier up there, correct?
There it is.
So is the road currently closed off?
It's currently closed now, yes.
Do you know when that road was closed off?
I researched it and found the city of Memphis closed the road September the 4th, 2024, because they were doing illegal dumping in that area. So it's closed on both ends.
So on both ends of the road?
Yes, sir.
We just heard a sound on the video. Do you recognize that sound?
Yes, sir.
What was that sound?
There was broken glass and also multiple shell casings, spent shell casings from handguns, long guns, rifles, pistols, those type of,
Where were the shell casings and glass located on this road?
just in the middle of the street. We were just walking right down the middle of the street.
Was it just located in one area, or was it on multiple different areas?
Just pretty much the entire route of the walk.
Were there any street signs out there that you could see? Were
There was one on Sedgwick and one on Levi.
there any road signs?
I don't recall any road signs. There's a road sign naming the streets, yes.
Are there any of the road signs such as directing for turns or for
Yes,
road closing
each
things?
side, each corner. It's a pretty sharp corner, so each side has basically a warning that
Did you notice the condition of those road signs?
they both had multiple gunshot holes inside of them.
Now, Mr. Byers, what just happened here with the video?
We turned the lights on so we could see. It was so dark out.
Is that a flashlight?
Yes,
Is that one of the road signs you're referring to?
yes.
In the distance there, is that another road sign that you were referring to?
Yes, so that's just the intersection sign.
Intersection of which streets?
Sedgwick. Sedgwick that we're on and fixing to turn on the Levi. Turn left on the Levi from Sedgwick.
Now, what's that in the distance on the left-hand side that's reflected?
Another street sign.
Are there any street lights back there on Sedgwick and Levi?
There's no lights at all back there. That's when we had to use the flashlight. There is no lighting at all. And even with the moon out, with the tree coverage, I mean, there's like this pitch black.
So what's the tree coverage like out there?
As those first photos, you can see, you can just barely see an outline of the road. You wouldn't know it was the road unless I told you it was the road there, basically.
So are we coming up on that street sign you're referring to a minute ago?
Yes, sir.
And this is walking on Levi, heading west.
Westbound on Levi.
Now, in the distance, there's something else reflected. Do you know what that is?
That's another barricade that's on the opposite end. It's showing that the road is closed on that side, that you can't come back east on that road.
And the barricade, is it still on Levi? The barricade still on Levi, or is it on at a different intersection?
It's still on Levi at the end of park.
You have a park?
End of a park.
While you were in the area of Sedgwick and Levi, did you also go to the area of Mart Road?
I did.
Was that around the same time of night as the video from Sedgwick and Levi that you took?
We left straight from here and went to the next location.
What direction did you appoint Mart Road from? Which way did you come to go to Mart Road?
I'm sorry.
When you were driving towards Mart Road,
Yes.
did you start on Lakeview?
Yes, we went Lakeview and passed Mark Road, turned around, and then came back as we're going west to find it.
So are you going south and west down Lakeview?
Correct.
heading towards Sedgwick? and
It's a
further up
turning,
Lakeview?
yes, it's a turning road, so. So this is Lakeview. Hang on, I've got a battery.
Are you turning on the Lakeview now?
Yeah, that's Lakeview there. I don't think I'm working anymore.
There are some streetlights on Lakeview,
There
correct?
are some.
So at this point, are you heading south, southwest
Southwest,
on Lakeview?
yes.
Where are you turning onto now?
This is Mart Road right here, north on the Mart.
Did you have any difficulty finding Mart Road?
Yeah, I almost passed it. It's just a dark area and I didn't see it coming up.
When you were looking for Mart Road, did you have maps?
Yeah, I had actually a little map on my dash.
Did you still almost miss it?
I did, yeah.
Now, what's Mart Road like?
Mart Road is just a long winding road with nothing forever until you finally get to a few houses that have a little bit of light, and then you end up at the back of a FedEx freight with a bunch of 18-wheelers. So it's a big, huge fence with a bunch of 18-wheeler FedEx trucks back there.
Does that road actually go into the FedEx freight?
It does, and there's a fence there, and then it turns you to the left, and then you come up to a cattle gate. And then you basically are at a dead end, and you have to back out this thing and widen up to go anywhere else.
Now, the lighting at this point in the video, is that from street lights?
Now, that's my lights on high.
Do you have your high beams on?
High beams.
Now, is that a street light there in the corner?
Yes, so it's the first one I believe we put into on Mart Road. And you have a couple houses that you end up getting to pretty far down the road. You do run into a couple of houses, and then you end up into the FedEx freight, a fence, not the entrance to FedEx, but just a fence.
What are we seeing now in the distance?
This is coming up to the FedEx freight. You start seeing a whole lot of light. And that's a big lighted parking lot where 18-wheelers are parked.
What's that there?
This is like a cattle gate, I would call it. I believe this is a private drive, maybe to someone's house, I'm not sure, but you can't go any further than there. And then you have to back out of there to turn around, so.
So how were you able to turn around?
I backed up until I could turn around.
Did you also go out to the Mud area of the Mud Island boat ramp on that same night?
I did, yes, sir.
Walking in the entrance of the Mud Island boat ramp.
This is a video of you walking there from the entrance of the Mud Island boat ramp.
Yes, sir.
Now, I want to pause and just go back very briefly.
Of the
What is that? Well, so what are we looking at on the screen?
It's a gate. Basically, the ramp is closed right now. The parking lot is closed to get to the boat ramp, so it's a gate that's shut.
So at the actual entrance to the parking lot itself, there's a gate that is shut.
There's a gate there that's shut.
Mud Island boat ramp.
So how do you get around the gate?
There's just a break in the fence right here. You can just walk around.
Now, what is that you can see in the video that you're coming up on?
So this is the old boat ramp. There's a new one on the other side of the parking area. And this is just a stop sign with another gate. So you don't go any further than that point.
Is that the Wolf River there in the distance?
Wolf River there, and then to my left is Mississippi River.
Mr. Byers, are you familiar with 8702 Lathbury?
I am.
That address, where is it in relation to Rock Creek Road?
I would say Cordova.
Did you drive out to at some point in
Sarah,
time?
may we approach, please? Pardon me, ladies and gentlemen. Sarah?
Mr. Byers, have you been out to that address?
I have, yes.
Where is Latberry in relation to Rock Creek Road? Is it,
It's on the same, that's basically just like a little small cove right off of Rock Creek.
so it's not like a long street, it's like a little cove?
Correct.
About how many houses are on that cove, approximately?
I had to guess maybe 3, 4, maybe. Small, it's a small river being a small cove.
In that little cove, the address for that is Latberry.
Yes.
So you'll pass with us.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bowden. The pictures that you showed the jury, that the videos, were all three of them from September the 8th?
All of the videos from the same time, yes, sir. Same night.
September the 8th of 2025?
Yes, sir.
So what that showed the jury was what that road looked like on September the 8th of
Correct.
2025,
Yes, sir.
which is summertime. right?
Yes, sir.
And this incident that we're trial on today happened in wintertime
Yes, sir.
in 2022, right?
Correct.
And so what the jury saw is what the road looked like a few weeks ago.
Correct. Yes, sir.
And all that crackling that we heard on the video,
Yes, sir.
was that leaves, sticks?
It was glass, sticks, shell casings of every kind I've ever seen, like rifles, handguns, but there was glass, there was sticks, there was debris.
And yeah, what I was just asking you about was on Levi and Sixth.
Yes, sir.
And I want to ask you now about Mark Road.
Okay.
And if I'm remembering right, Mr. Isabel's GPS put him on Mark Road at about 11:48 in the morning. Hey, you showed a video of it in the evening, at night.
Yes, sir.
but it happened at night, the different times there. Why did you show it at night?
I went through with the request that I was given.
Oh, okay. You was asked to at that time?
Yes, sir.
I see. And on the Mud Island boat ramp,
Yes, sir.
that's what the video depicted the Mud Island boat ramp a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, in summer
Correct.
this year.
Yes, sir.
Instead of February 1st, 2022 of last year.
Yes, sir.
That's because you were just told to do this, is that right?
Correct.
All right, no other questions, thank you.
No regret, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down and stay. Please call your next witness.
State calls Deputy Carlisle.
Deputy Carlisle, come forward. Watch your step. Stand right here first, y'all. Raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Please have a seat.
Could you please state and spell your name for the jury?
Eric Carlisle, EricCarlisle.
Is it now Deputy Carlisle?
Yes,
Where are you currently employed?
Hardeman County Sheriff's Office.
I want to take you back to February 2nd of 2022. Where were you working back then?
Memphis Police Department, Crime Scene Investigation Unit.
And how long were you with MPD?
28 years, and the last 14 years was a crime scene investigator.
Now, Deputy Carlisle, were you asked to report to 170 North Main on February 2nd of 2022?
I was.
And what is located at that address?
I went to the homicide bureau. I don't remember which floor, but
And you anticipated my next question. Who requested you to come to the Homicide Bureau?
one of the homicide investigators, probably Sergeant Boyd.
And on that date, did you interact with the defendant, Brandon Isabelle?
I did.
What were you called in to do?
Collect evidence from him.
I'm going to hand you a flash drive and see if you recognize it.
Yes, I recognize it.
And are those your initials on it?
Yes,
All right. And did that record your collection of evidence from Mr. Isabelle on that date?
yes,
All right, I said that be the next exhibit, exhibit 182.
All right, so the envelope only says, state view Brandon Isabelle, E. Carlisle. There's the blue USB, which appears to be initial. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I have permission to publish?
Go ahead, please.
Okay, Officer Carlisle, what are we saying?
I just entered the room with my supplies to start the process.
And is that Mr. Isabelle we see?
Yes,
And what are you doing right here?
I believe I'm explaining to him what I'm going to do.
are you getting at right there?
The forensic light source,
Now, what's happening right now?
I'm taking photographs of them.
And are you taking those before you start collecting anything?
Yes,
I'm gonna hand you 2 photographs, see if you recognize them.
yes,
Are those 2 photographs that you're taking that we're seeing on the video?
yes.
I'd ask that those be the next exhibits, exhibit 183 and 184. I have a question, Publisher.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, so Deputy Carlisle, we're looking at exhibit 183. And why do you take that initial picture before you start doing anything else?
Well, I was gonna collect the clothes, and I like to photograph the clothes before I collect them.
So you're just trying to document?
Yes,
And then looking at exhibit 184, what are we seeing in this photograph?
his slip-ons or Crocs, his socks.
Now what are you about to do?
I'm taking the leg cuff off.
What are you preparing to do here?
Use the forensic light source to search for gunshot residue.
And why are you putting on those orange glasses?
Different light wavelengths you gotta have for different colors to see certain things.
And are you looking for gunshot residue on Mr. Isabelle at this time?
Yes,
And what did you see?
I saw one possible gunshot residue on his pants.
How does that show up to you? What does it look like?
It looks like red, orange, glitter.
And can you only see that with that light source and those goggles?
Yes,
And so to be clear, gunshot residue, is that visible by the naked eye?
no.
are some of the things that might impact whether you can find gunshot residue?
It doesn't stay stationary forever. You can, wipe your hand on your pants or put your hands in your pocket, wash your hands, and then it's gone.
Could being out in the rain affect your ability to find it?
Sure.
Could taking a shower impact your ability?
Absolutely.
Changing clothes?
Yes.
Now, what are we seeing here?
Those stubs in that valve, on the bottom of the stub is a round, sticky thing. You dab the hand with it to try to pick up gunshot residue to attach to it.
So, is that what you're doing with Mr. Isabel's hands right now?
Yes, even though I didn't see any, I still do it anyway.
Now, what are you doing here, Deputy?
I'm labeling these sacks, corresponding to what piece of clothing I'm gonna put in it. It's just easier to write on the sack before I put the clothing in it. Each piece of clothes gets its own sack.
What are you doing here?
Collecting his Crocs.
You're placing each shoe in a separate bag?
Yes.
And what are you collecting now?
I'm taking his black socks off one at a time.
Hand you a photograph and see if you recognize it. If I may approach the witness, Your Honor. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Is that one of the black socks that you removed from Mr. Isabelle?
Yes.
All right, ask that be the next exhibit, exhibit 185. Permission to close, Your Honor.
Permission granted.
So were these the socks that were on the outside that were immediately visible to you?
Yes.
Do you then place that sweatshirt into a separate bag?
Yes.
What are you doing now?
There's something out of his pocket.
Did those appear to be some sweatpants?
Yes.
Now what are you doing?
I'm looking at his white socks.
And what drew your attention?
There was a reddish color on his sock.
So to be clear, were those white socks underneath the black socks?
They were.
What are you looking for?
I'm not sure. Because I've already swabbed his hands.
If you saw any injuries, would you notate those?
Yes, I would take a picture of it.
What are you doing right here?
I'm giving him a Tyvek jumpsuit and foot covers.
Was Mr. Isabelle cooperative with you through the process?
Yes.
Now, Officer Carlisle, were you at any other of the crime scenes in this case?
No.
So you were strictly called up to collect clothing from the defendant?
Yes.
Carlisle, did that end your interaction with the defendant, Mr. Isabelle?
I believe, collected both the swabs later.
I'm gonna hand you 2 more photographs. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes,
And what are those pictures of?
the, left Nike sock that's white, the outside and the inside.
And was that one of the socks that you collected from Mr. Isabelle on February 2nd, 2022?
Yes,
And was that one of the socks that we saw you collect in that video?
yes,
Or I'd ask that that be the next exhibit, exhibit 187 and 188. Oh, I'm sorry, 186 and 187. Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Go ahead, please.
Deputy Carlisle, what do we see here?
that's the left Nike sock that I collected.
And this here.
That's the, reddish color that I was referring to earlier that I saw.
Did you suspect that that might be blood?
I did.
And what do we see here?
That's, I turned the sock inside out to photograph the red substance.
So Carlisle, I'm gonna pass you an item. Do you recognize that item?
Yes,
What is that?
it's the clothes I collected.
From Mr. Isabelle?
Yes,
And if you would take a look inside,
I use my knife.
We're up now, right? You brought your own knife?
Yes,
No.
please.
You did?
I did.
Use it.
I was going to.
Thank you.
I was asking permission to use
You bring it granted. What did you bring?
it.
Thank you.
now, Deputy Carlisle, you stated that those are items that you collected from Mr. Isabelle.
Yes,
Are there multiple individually packaged items in that bag?
yes,
Are there white socks in that bag?
yes.
And do you recognize those items?
That's my handwriting.
And did you seal those?
Yes.
Now I'd ask that those be the next collected exhibit.
Both are just the left.
Both.
Collective 88. Hello?
I'm sorry, 188, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Now, Deputy Carlisle, is one of those labeled left?
Yes.
Would you please open that? I'm gonna make you show that to the jury.
Sir, if you don't mind stepping down and sharing that with the jury. Thank you.
Now, Deputy Carlisle, is that still red in color at this point?
No, ma'am.
Has the passage of time caused it to be more of a brownish color?
Yes.
And Deputy Carlisle, you mentioned that you also took some buckle swabs from Mr. Isabelle, is that right?
Yes.
I'm gonna hand you an item and see if you recognize it.
Yes, this is my envelope.
And are those the buckle swabs that you took from Mr. Brandon Isabelle?
Yes.
I'm going to ask that that be the next exhibit, exhibit 189. Now, Deputy Carlisle, what is a buckle swab?
It looks like a large Q-tip. It's a swab, and you swab the inside of the cheek on both sides to collect the saliva for DNA purposes.
And do you actually, after you collected those, do you seal those up?
Yes.
Now, Deputy Carlisle, I'm going to take you to February 3rd of 2022. Did you go to Clink?
Yes.
What is that?
The crime scene office.
And when you were at Clink, did you do some processing for this particular case?
I did.
What did you do there?
Collected a swab sample from Adidas slip-on.
I'm going to hand you an envelope and see if you recognize it.
Your Honor, I just ask that once an exhibit is finished being published, that it would be taken down. Thank you.
Do you recognize that envelope?
Yes, it's mine.
And is that the swab that you took from the Adidas slide?
Yes.
I'm going to ask that that be exhibit 190.
May I see that exhibit?
Deputy Carlisle, I'm going to hand you what's previously been entered as exhibit 160. a look inside? See if you recognize those items.
Yes,
And what are those items?
the slides, Adidas slides.
And are those the Adidas slides that you took the blood swab from?
Yes,
I'm gonna hand you a stack of photographs. 5 photographs. And if you would take a look through those. Do you recognize those photographs?
yes, I took these photographs.
And were those taken by you on February 3rd of 2022 at Clink?
Yes,
All right, ask that those 5 photographs be collected exhibit 191. All right, may I have permission to publish? Go ahead, please. Okay, Deputy Carlisle, what are we seeing in this photograph?
that's the Adidas slides. That's in the site.
And what are we seeing here?
That's the right slide with what appears to be blood on it.
The right slide or left slide?
Oh, left slide.
And then what do we see here?
That's the right slide.
And which slide was it that appeared to have blood?
Left.
And what are we seeing in this photograph?
A presumptive blood test.
Can you explain to the jury what a presumptive blood test
Sure.
is?
You take a swab and you collect a sample of the red substance, and you put it in that package and break the vials, the liquid vials. If it turns pink, then it is test positive for blood.
And what did it do in this case?
Turns pink,
And is this a close-up of that presumptive blood test?
yes.
Now, you mentioned the slides that you swabbed them. Explain for the jury exactly what you did.
Take a swab, you take a vial of water, purified water, and sterile water. You put a little, like 1 drop on the end of the, basically like a Q-tip, and collect a small sample on the tip of it, and stick it in there, in that bag.
And you also, did you also collect a swab for possible DNA testing from the slides?
Yes,
And was that what we previously entered as exhibit 190? All right. And Officer Carlisle, when you collected that swab from the Adidas slides that we saw in exhibit 190, did you package that up and seal it?
yes,
Did you take the clothing that you collected from Mr. Isabelle, including the white socks, to property and evidence?
yes, I did,
And were those in a sealed condition when you took them to that location?
yes,
And were those then tagged in?
yes,
Did you do the same thing with the Adidas slides after you processed them at Clink?
yes,
Okay, as a witness.
Did you do any gunshot residue test? Talk about it being a forensic light test, I believe.
Yes. It's not really a test, it's just a search for it.
Okay? And you did that on Mr. Isabelle, right?
Yes.
Did you do one that evening or that day on Artesia Stewart?
No.
Did you do any swabs on Miss Stewart?
No.
Did you check her clothing with that forensic light?
I had no interaction with her.
So there were no photos taken of her?
No.
And you didn't look at her for the presence of blood?
No.
No other questions? Thank you.
No regret, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Please call your next witness.
Under the state called Special Agent Stephen Wolzak.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat, watch your step, and speak up for the benefit of the applicant.
Would you please state and spell your name for the jury?
Yes, my name is Stephen Walzak. That is STEPHEN WALCZAK.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation in the Jackson Crime Lab in the Forensic Biology Unit.
And how many years have you been with TBI?
I've been there for almost 5 years.
Can you describe to the jury what your duties and responsibilities are?
Yes, working in the Forensic Biology Unit, I am required to test evidence for the presence of bodily fluids and then attempt to take that through the DNA analysis process to create a DNA profile.
And what is your educational background?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Biology with a minor in Chemistry from Ashland University.
And describe for the jury how someone becomes a DNA analyst.
So you have to have a degree in a natural science, kind of like forensic science, biology, or chemistry. And then at the TBI, you also have to have at least 24 hours of chemistry. And then if you meet those requirements, you will get hired on and then go through a 18-month training process.
And is your work peer reviewed?
Yes, the work is peer reviewed by 2 other analysts in the lab.
And do you have a continuing education requirement?
Yes, there's at least an 8-hour-a-year continuing education requirement that's within the Forensic Biology Unit.
And have you ever testified as an expert in forensic biology?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender Special Agent Stephen Wolzak as an expert in forensic biology.
Hearing no objection.
Now, Agent Wolzak, what does forensic biology encompass?
Forensic biology encompasses the testing of evidence for the presence of bodily fluids like blood, semen, and saliva, as well as touch DNA. And then the DNA analysis process consists of 4 steps where I isolate the DNA in the first step. The second step, I determine how much DNA is present. The third step, I attempt to make copies of the DNA that is present. And then the fourth step is trying to generate the DNA profile.
Now, Agent Wolzak, did you receive items for forensic testing in the homicide case of Danielle Hoyle?
Yes, I did.
And as part of that analysis that you conducted, did you generate a report?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to hand you a document and see if you recognize it.
Yes, this appears to be a copy of the report that I issued on June 29th, 2023, and it has my my signature on the report.
Your Honor, I would ask that the report be entered as the next exhibit, Exhibit 192. Your Honor, may I have permission to publish?
Go ahead, please.
All right. Now, Agent Balzac, can you tell us what you received in this case?
So anytime evidence is submitted to the lab, it comes in on a request for examination form that outlines what is submitted. And so upon receiving the evidence, I itemized each one, which you can see as the exhibits that are up there as 001-A through 006-H. And so would you like me to go through and read all of them?
Yes, please.
So Exhibit 1A, which was a blood standard from Danielle Hoyle. Exhibit 2A, which is a saliva standard from Brandon Isabelle. 3A is a swab from the shoe found in Brandon Isabelle's vehicle. 4A are shoes from 5061 Stacy Road. 5A is a sweatshirt from Brandon Isabelle. 6A is a white sock from Brandon Isabelle. 6B is a sock from Brandon Isabelle. 6C is a black sock from Brandon Isabelle. 6D, a black sock from Brandon Isabelle. 6E, a white t-shirt from Brandon Isabelle. 6F, black sweatpants from Brandon Isabelle. 6G, left croc shoe from Brandon Isabelle. And for 6H, a right croc shoe from Brandon Isabelle.
Now, Agent, when you receive items for testing, does law enforcement give you what's called a statement of facts?
Yes. On the request for examination form, it outlines who is submitting it, when they're being submitted, and also a statement of facts regarding the case.
And does that statement of facts help guide your examination of the evidence?
Yes, we use the statement of facts to help guide which testing would be most appropriate for that case.
And do you also sometimes communicate with the investigators in the case?
Yes, if any questions arise throughout the testing process, either before, during, or after, I can reach out to the numbers that are listed on the request for examination form and ask those questions to the agency.
And did you consult with the investigators in this particular case?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to hand you an item that's previously been entered as Exhibit 66 and see if you recognize it. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do. So this is a envelope that is submitted by the agency. And anytime the agency submits evidence to the lab, it goes to our evidence receiving unit, who will give it a unique barcode with a unique identifier, which is the case number and exhibit number. Once I retrieve that evidence from the evidence receiving unit, I will put my initials, which are right here. And then when I'm done testing the item, I put the TBI Crime Lab evidence tape at the bottom, which my initials are on.
And is that the blood standard for Danielle Hoyle 1A?
Yes, this is Exhibit 1A, the blood standard from Danielle Hoyle.
And Agent, tell the jury, what do you do with that, or what did you do with the blood standard for Danielle Hoyle?
The blood standard will go through the complete DNA analysis process to create a known DNA profile for that person. A known DNA profile is necessary because if I test any unknown evidence and I obtain the DNA profile, I can compare the known person's DNA to the unknown from the item and say whether that profile from the evidence is or is not that person.
And were you able to get a DNA profile from Danielle Hoyle's blood spot?
Yes, I was.
Now, did you also receive a saliva standard from Brandon Isabelle?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been entered as Exhibit 189. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do. It has the same exact markings that I mentioned earlier, the unique identifier, my initials, the TVI lab seal with my initials, and this is Exhibit 2A, which would be the saliva standard from Brandon Isabelle.
And did you take that through the same process that you did the blood standard from Danielle Hoyle?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to get a DNA profile from those swabs?
Yes, I obtained a DNA profile for comparison for both the blood spot and the saliva standard.
Now, Agent, I would like to direct your attention to item 3A. What is that item?
Item 3A is a swab from the shoe found in Brandon Isabelle's vehicle.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been entered as Exhibit 190. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do. Again, it has the unique barcode with the unique identifier as Exhibit 3A, my initials and seal from where I worked it, and it is the swab from the shoe found in his vehicle.
Now, Agent, can you walk us through the testing process you went through on item 3A, the swab from the shoe found in Brandon Isabelle's vehicle?
Yes, so I received this item of evidence from the evidence receiving unit. I will document the packaging as it is, just describe what's there on paper. I'll open it up, do the same thing, describe what is inside. And then once I've completed my documentation, I will take the swab out and visually examine that. And an indicator that I'm looking for is a reddish brown stain. That is an indication that blood may be present. So once I determined that there was RBS present on the swab, I went through the blood testing that I would perform on samples that have RBS.
And can you walk us through how you test for blood?
So if there's RBS on the swab, I will take the swab and rub it on a little piece of filter paper. And then I will add the first test we do. There are 2 chemicals that are added. And if the presence of blood, if there is blood present, the possibility of blood present, there will be 2 color changes. One will turn pink, one will turn a blue-green. And in this case, both chemicals turned blue-green and pink, which is an indication that blood is present.
Now, Agent, do you normally take it through a second test to determine whether it's blood?
Yes, the second test that is highlighted up there, where it says presumptive immunological testing for the presence of human hemoglobin, was not performed. That is a test that's kind of like an at-home COVID test or a pregnancy test, where if 2 lines show up, it is positive. If there's only 1 line, it is negative for that component. However, that is based on the amount of sample that is present on the swabs. And per my training and my experience with limited amounts of sample, I decided not to go through that process and then just take it through the DNA process instead of doing that immunological test.
But the initial chemical test did test positive for blood, is that right?
Yes, the presumptive chemical testing indicated the presence of blood, yes.
And so you mentioned you then took that swab through DNA testing. And walk us through that. What did you do?
So there was only 1 swab submitted, and there was a little bit of RBS that I mentioned on the swab. And after performing that first chemical test, I cut a portion of that swab and took it through the DNA analysis process in hopes to generate a DNA profile.
And were you able to generate a profile from 3A?
Yes, I was.
And what were your results?
So up there under 3A, that second line, that talks about the DNA process and the DNA profile. So the DNA profile obtained matches Exhibit 1A, Danielle Hoyle.
And did you determine that by comparing the DNA profile that you found on that swab to the standard for Danielle Hoyle?
Yes, once I generated the DNA profile for Exhibit 3A, it was just at the time an unknown. And then once I compared it to the two standards that were present, the blood standard from Danielle Hoyle and the saliva standard from Brandon Isabelle, the profile from that swab matched Danielle Hoyle, and Brandon Isabelle was excluded as being a contributor to that profile.
And is there a statistic associated with your results?
Yes. I'm just going to read my statement here. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual who would be included as a contributor of the DNA profile is 1 in a number greater than the world population for the African American, Caucasian, and Southwestern Hispanic populations.
Now, you have an additional statement here. In addition, it starts with an additional allele was obtained. Can you explain to the jury what that means?
So an additional allele is talking about the DNA profile. So a DNA profile looks like a series of peaks, kind of like a heart rate monitor has a couple of peaks. And each one of those peaks is what we call a piece of information. And so at that marker, where it says at the Y indel marker, that is a male sex determining marker. So a female profile will not have that, a male profile will. However, in this profile, there was only one extra piece of information that was present, and it happened to be at that Y indel marker, which I indicate is from the presence of at least one male. And due to that limited information, interpretation of this additional allele is inconclusive for comparison purposes, which just means I can't do anything with that one little bit of information. I can't say anything about that, other than that it's present.
Now, did you also take 6A through DNA analysis?
Yes, 6A was the white sock from Brandon Isabelle.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been entered as elective Exhibit 188. Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, these are the brown paper bags that were submitted as Exhibit 6 as a whole. There's multiple of these brown paper bags in Exhibit 6, and then each one of these brown paper bags got its own exhibit number. So this one here says left Nike sock, right Nike sock, and I have my initials and the case number and whatever exhibit this was. Here's the case number for this case, 006-A, which is the left sock that is listed here. And then this is 6B, the right sock. And I did not do any testing on the 6B, as there are no cuts or any sort of evidence tape where I would have marked where I entered the package, except for on 6A here, there's the additional seal that has my initials on it where I have entered and actually tested the item that's in this bag.
Now, Agent, on 6A, did you take it through that same process that we just discussed on 3A?
Yes, I did.
And did you go through that initial testing with regards to trying to determine whether the stain was blood?
Yes, for this exhibit, so this was a sock that was submitted, And once I had taken the sock out of the bag, I visually examined it and looked at it to see if there was any of that reddish brown staining that I had seen earlier on the swab. And there was indication of RBS on the sock. So therefore I took a look at the sock as a whole, inside and out, to see if I could find a spot where the staining may have been darker or more concentrated. And there was. And so I tested that area with the chemical testing, both chemicals that turned blue, green, and pink. Tested that area. It was positive for both of those chemicals. This time there was enough staining present to do that second test, and that was also positive.
And so by those two tests being positive, it's to you that this is blood.
It's a good indication that blood is present, yes.
Would you open that package, Agent? Agent, after doing that testing with regards to trying to determine whether that stain was blood, did you then take that through DNA analysis?
Yes, I did.
And can you describe that process for the jury with regards to the sock?
Yeah, so this is the sock that I had obtained, and the staining that you can see, the yellowish staining and the brown staining kind of along the backside of this as well. That was the indication that I got when I first received the sock, that there may be a possibility of blood being present on the sock. So when I tested, so there is a hole that's right here on the sock. That is the area that I had tested for the presence of blood and for that immunological test, where both were present from that area. And with the sizable hole that is there, I took a big enough cutting from there to take forward through that DNA analysis process. And once I took it through the process, took it through all 4 steps, and I did generate a DNA profile from this area on the sock.
And what were your results?
So I called this stain number 1, referring to that specific area. And so I mentioned that the presumptive chemical testing indicated the presence of blood. The presumptive immunological testing indicated the presence of human hemoglobin, which is a component of human blood. And the DNA profile that I obtained is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. The major contributor is consistent with Exhibit 1A, Danielle Hoyle. And Exhibit 2A, Brandon Isabelle, is excluded as a contributor to the
Do you have an over-under on how long this process is about to take?
The direct, I would guess 45 minutes.
Okay.
Cross, maybe 30 minutes? Maybe?
Okay, I
Maybe
know that
that's fine.
food reservations and whatnot.
Okay.
And I don't know whether or not I should ask Deputy Moore to order in or push them off. I just want to be prepared. So right now, I'm prepared to rule on the motion for judgment of acquittal. And then I don't know if you want to go straight into defense proof. Do we need to momentize?
We can deal with that tomorrow,
Why can't we deal with it today?
because he would need to have heard all of the proof. To get the most informed decision.
But we can pre-momentize them.
I would ask that just to make sure that we get Mr. Neuschatz on today.
That's not what I'm saying. Understand my question. Once we complete the proof and you call all of your necessary witnesses, if I'm going to ask Mr. Isabelle, I want to ask Mr. Isabelle, as I do most people in similarly situated situations, I want to ask him if he will spend the evening weighing his options. I am not in the business of sending him away. Now, it's not that I don't completely trust you and Mr. Massey, that he's been fully apprised of everything that is coming for him. Everything that's due him due to his constitutional rights. But for the court, what makes me feel better is if I look him in his eyes and say, we're gonna pick back up in the morning. I need you to spend some time with your thoughts and your family.
You just did that conversation with me.
Did you understand what I'm saying? I need to have it myself. I don't doubt that you had it. I don't doubt that you'll continue to have it. I don't doubt that you've had it for months and months. But I've not had that conversation with him. And he'll tell you, we've not talked about you testifying, have we? Ever. I want to be able to say that to him before he leaves. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
All I wanted. Oh my God. How hard was that? Let's go back on the record.
Go back in session.
Mr. Massey, on behalf of Mr. Isabelle, has asked for a motion for judgment of acquittal. Mr. Massey indicated that the state of Tennessee has failed to meet their burden. The age of 6 and especially aggravated kidnapping. When viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, I am hard pressed to agree with Mr. Massey. What we have and what the state reiterated over the course of the last few days, there have been (193) exhibits. There have been 29 witnesses, all of which testified under oath independently relating to events that occurred between January 30th and February 2nd. We have some certain admissions. We have what purports to be what the state is pointing to as a motive. Multiple motives. We have forensic information. We have biological information as just testified to by the, I don't know if he was a special agent, so I'm not gonna call him that, but Agent TBI, from TBI. We have certain information that, and I think that Mr. Massey's, the crux of his argument was relating to the abuse and neglect. And what the state failed to prove in that vein. I disagree wholeheartedly. Based on what I've heard so far, the state of Tennessee put on 3 witnesses early on to discuss the elements that evening. And I say evening, like February 1st, February 2nd. It was a rain event that was testified to, so it was pretty wet. We saw the body cam on Levi and Sedgwick, which showed water in the ditch. So there was some rain event, which was testified to, I'm not making that up. And then the search had to be suspended due to inclement weather. I don't know if you all remember where you were during that ice storm, but I do. And it was not in the comfort of my own home because I didn't have power. It was a heavy ice storm, and that was confirmed by all who, was it Braden, pre-Shelby County deputies, the divers, Sergeant Klein, Sergeant Smith. I'm going on memory, not my notes, but respectfully, I'd have to deny your request, Mr. Massey, for a judgment of acquittal when viewing the information that we've received, the evidence, in a light most favorable to the state. Does the defense wish to put on any proof?
Please, may I ask you, I may have missed it, but we came in with restricting Mr. Isabelle in the back. But did you address also the especially aggravated kidnapping?
I addressed, no.
What we have.
I did not, I think I stopped at, you're not wrong, especially aggravated kidnapping. I'm ready to get into it. You want to hear it? As it relates to baby Kennedy Hoyle, and I know you hate that, as it relates to Kennedy Hoyle, the less than 48-hour-old infant, he had no legal connection to her. He had not executed a voluntary acknowledgement of paternity. A DNA test was not done at Regional One Health. For all intents and purposes, he was a non-relative, and he did not have her mother's permission to remove her from that car. And I think we know why we didn't. So I do believe that the state has proven, especially aggravated kidnapping, as under indictment number 2203799, which goes with, I think, and we'll figure this out when we get to our instructions. No. Either way, we have a felony that's attached to that murder and the perpetration of one of the other. But you do not have a parent. Now you know I got to put on my other hat, Mr. Massey.
I think there was testimony that he's the father.
Tested legally, pursuant to statute, I think it's 36.2 or 36.6303. A child born out of wedlock custody lies solely with the mother. These parties weren't married. He wasn't married to her. So she would have been the sole parent. I'm going to give you the right statute. I don't like giving you the wrong statute, but I know it's 36-something-303. Custody, I was right. It's under the parenting chapter. Oh, look at me. I'm right for a second. 36-2303. Absent in order, custody to the contrary, custody of a child born out of wedlock is with the mother. He had not executed a voluntary acknowledgement of paternity. He had not gone to our local juvenile court and established parentage. He was a non-relative. By your own client's admission, he was 70-30 on the fence. By Artisha Stewart's testimony, he needed a DNA test. He did not have effective consent to have that child in his physical custody, what could have been in the back of his car for over an hour and a half. Anything else? Let's talk about where we are now.
We're ready to call Mr. New Shots.
He's present.
He is present.
Call him on. Is this your soul? Well, this is where we're starting today.
Yes. Do we want to have the jury come in and call forward?
That'd be nice, wouldn't it? See, I'm out of bandwidth. Let's get that jury. I need more coke.
Heads up to you, because we're having to do now about lawsuits for the cases at the end of the year.
Will I give you a heads up about what?
Lesser included offenses, you again to instruct the jury on.
I'm not instructing the jury on any lesser included. You got to file that. You have it. By statute, you need to file. Once all the proof, you haven't filed that. I've been looking for it. You not seen me up here with the files? I've been looking, he's been looking for it. We've been looking for it for the better part of 2 weeks because we started our instructions early.
We just never have done it.
No. In Division 5, you want me to consider lesser included, you need to put it in writing by statute. And then we get to argue about it. Under State v. this may be something and we get to argue about it. I'll tell you what it is though. And it'll be multiple rounds of us going through it, us not liking it, Mr. Christensen doesn't like the way his name's spelled, you don't like the font. We'll go back and forth. I won't not ask for your input.
You got a jury in the courtroom?
Welcome back. Do we have fresh coffee? Oh, do you need fresh coffee? Because I don't know how to make it. There you go. Okay, we're gonna get you some. The defense is now prepared to present their case. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead, please.
The defense would call Mr. Jeffrey Newshots.
Mr. Newshot, come forward. Come forward, watch your step. Stand right here, face you on, raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do, sir.
Go ahead, please.
Thank
Have
you,
a
Your
seat.
Can you please state and spell your name?
Jeffrey Newshots, JEFFREYNEUSCHATZ.
Mr. Newshots, what's your occupation?
I'm a professor. I'm a core faculty member at Fielding Graduate University.
Okay, and what is your educational background?
I got my bachelor's degree at Roger Williams College. I then got my master's degree at Cortland College, which is part of the SUNY system, State University of New York, in general experimental psychology. And then I got my PhD in cognitive psychology from Binghamton University, which is also part of the SUNY system.
And do you have any particular specialty within psychology?
I'm a cognitive psychologist.
Okay, and what does that mean?
Cognitive psychology is the study of all brain processes, pretty much. Problem solving, judgment, decision-making, memory, language, perception, sensation.
And after school, did you proceed to work in that field?
I did.
Okay, what is your work history?
I worked 1 year at St. Mary's College of Maryland as a visiting professor. Then I moved on to the University of Alabama in Huntsville, not along with the football team, one of the schools related to it. And then I just this December, I moved on to Fielding Graduate University.
Okay. And have you conducted any research or have you taught in this particular field?
I have.
And how long have you followed research in this field?
I've been doing research in this field for 30 years, 35 years maybe, since I got my master's degree. I've been following confession since about 2007 when I started doing the research on it, which is about 18 years.
Okay. And have you also been teaching in this field?
I have.
Okay, and what do you teach?
I teach all the experimental classes. This semester I'm teaching research methods and forensic psychology, but I've taught all introductory psychology, sensation perception, cognition, psychology and law, most of the experimental classes.
Okay, and what do you do to follow the research?
I follow the research in 2 ways. I read the literature, or 3 ways. I conduct research, and I follow the DNA exonerations.
Okay, have you contributed to scholarship regarding this?
I have.
In what way?
I've published articles, written chapters.
Are you currently engaged in research in the field of false confessions?
I am.
Okay, and do you research that separate and independent of this litigation?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, if I may pass forward the document. Do you recognize that?
Give me some of the cheaters. This is my curriculum vitae this evening.
Your Honor, I'd ask that be made the next numbered exhibit, number 194. Mushatz, how many papers approximately have you written in this topic?
Including books and chapters?
Yes.
About 70, I would say.
And do all of those or most of those involve the topic of confessions?
No, I've done a lot of research on eyewitness identification as well. I would say 25 probably on the area of confessions.
And the the writings that you have done regarding false confessions, have those been peer reviewed?
Some of them have been, yes.
Okay. And what does that mean to be peer reviewed?
So in my field, the gold standard is having journal articles, peer-reviewed journal articles. So what you do is once I conduct an experiment and write it up, I send it out to a journal, and the journal sends it out to people in the field like me who do the same research. So they evaluate the research and make a recommendation if it should be accepted for publication, revised, or rejected, and then the editor will make a decision. And it's peer reviewed because they're my peers. They're the people that I would see at conferences who do the same research that I do.
And have your publications been accepted to actually be published in the periodicals?
Yes,
Have you presented at any conferences?
I have.
Okay. How many times?
I couldn't count at this point. I've presented nationally, regionally, and internationally in conferences.
Have you previously been accepted by courts as an expert to testify in legal proceedings?
I have
Approximately how many times?
over 100.
And is that in the area of false confessions or false confessions and eyewitness identification?
Mostly in eyewitness identification. I just recently started doing the false confession, but most of those are in eyewitness identification, but some are in confessions.
Okay. Have you specifically been accepted as an expert in false confession cases?
I have.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to qualify Mr. Jeffrey Mushatz as an expert in confessions.
No objection, Judge.
Go ahead, please.
Mr. Mushatz, explain one more time what cognitive psychology is and why it's a science.
Cognitive psychology is the study of things going on in the brain: memory, judgment, decision-making, perception, sensation, problem solving. And it's a science because we use the scientific method in order to find causal effects.
How old is it as a science?
I think the first research that was done on it was probably done in the late 1800s, but I think it became a formal science in the 1960s when a book was written called Cognitive Psychology.
How does cognitive psychology relate to interrogations and confessions?
At some point during an interrogation, the person has to make a decision, judgment decision, or decide what they're going to do. Are they going to confess? Are they going to stick to their denials? What they're going to do? That's a cognitive process.
And is the research in this field generally accepted within the scientific community?
It is.
And how do people within your field of the study the issue of interrogations and confessions?
They study in three ways. They look at actual confessions, actual interrogations. They look at the DNA exonerations where people falsely confessed and were convicted, and then they conduct research.
Are there any particularly influential sources relating to interrogations and confessions for you?
For me, there are three. The first one is the scientific review paper, which was written by Casson and colleagues. And basically what scientific review paper is, it's a review of all the research in the field. And then they give recommendations of how best to apply those to whatever issue it is, in this case, confession. There's the Drizzen and Leo law review paper, which outlines the factors that are involved in false confession cases. It's probably the most comprehensive look at false confessions. That's Drizin, Drizzen. And then the other one is the book that was written by Richard Leo on interrogations.
Okay. How does this research match what regular lay people believe about confessions?
It indicates that there are two myths that people have about confessions. The two big myths are that no one would confess if they didn't commit the crime. They would only confess if they did it, so people don't falsely confess. We know from the research and DNA exonerations that's not true. And the second one is people think that they would know a false confession if they saw one. Like they're good at detecting when these things are false, and unfortunately that's not the case either.
Are you trained as an interrogator?
I took the Reed interrogation training.
What is the Reed interrogation training?
The Reed interrogation training, it's probably the oldest interrogation training that I'm aware of. It's probably been around since I think the 1960s. They've trained tens of thousands of police officers worldwide. It's one of the most popular training techniques for interrogations and interviewing.
In this case, did it surprise you to learn that neither of the lead investigators had any specialized training in interviewing people?
It did a little bit, yes.
What would you say as far as how do we know when a false confession occurs?
There's really no way to know unless there is physical evidence, right? If it matches the evidence, the way in which you can tell give you some semblance if a confession is true is if the person has guilty knowledge. If they know something about what happened that hasn't been in some way leaked to them during the interrogation or some other matter.
Can a confession that is derived from a coercive interview have both true and untrue parts to it?
Yes.
Okay, so when you talk about a false confession, it doesn't necessarily mean that absolutely everything is untrue.
No, usually it's not. Usually when you see these things, the confessions match what's going on in the case for a variety of reasons. And when you look at the false confessions, generally they all contain information, details about the who, what, when, and why of the case.
Tell me, what is a classification error?
So Richard Leo has a classification system of how false confessions occur, and they involve three types of errors that are made during the process: a classification error, contamination error, and a coercion error. So the classification error is when I wrongly think that the person who I'm interrogating committed a crime, and I start asking questions along those lines. The other error, the contamination error, is when I leak in information about what happened so that the person's confession matches the facts of the crime. You know, they may show them, in some cases, they may show them like crime scene photos or autopsy reports so you can see what happened. And then the person knows what they're looking for in the interrogation. And finally is the coercion error. And the coercion error is when they get them to write out the confession and sign it.
Can you tell us about the major risk factors for a false confession?
There are two major risk factors for false confession. One is called our personal risk factors, and the other are situational risk factors. Personal risk factors are things that reside in the person. There are ones that are temporary, and there are ones that are more stable. So stable ones are things like youth, being mentally or intellectually disabled, psychological problems, things like that. Ones that are more temporary are things like being drunk, being in pain, being tired, being fatigued. Those are more temporary personal risk factors. Situational risk factors are the tactics that are used by the police to extract the interrogation from you, or the confession, I should say.
Now, regarding individual risk factors, those things like youth and fatigue that you just listed, why would those pose a greater risk for a false confession?
So we know that they do because I mentioned the Leo and the Drizzt and Leo paper. They looked at 120 false confessions, and the people who were in there were people who were mentally disabled, who were overrepresented, and people who were young, below the age of 25 were more likely. And the reason they do it is because they don't have the cognitive sophistication to understand the consequences of what they're going to do. So because of that and not understanding, they want to agree with authority and get out of the situation. So it puts them at risk for confession.
Tell me how, switching gears just a little bit, tell me about how interrogators are trained.
They're trained in a number of ways. The one I'm most familiar with is the Reed training technique. And in that way, they're trained. It's a 9-step process. They have their own behavior analysis interview. They're trained to start off with, let me just back up. They make a distinction between an interrogation and an interview. An interview is a non-accusatory fact-finding question and answer thing. So the person after the interview thinks The police officer thinks they did it, they move to the interrogation, which is more confrontational and accusatory, and starts with a positive confrontation, you committed the crime, and they do this thing called theme building. And what theme building is you build a theme to give the person and justification and a rationalization to confess. And they're told to present lots of evidence, right? Bring big stacks in and say, look how much evidence. And they're taught to refuse denials, because in the training, what they say is that if people deny, it's harder to get them to confess.
Tell me why investigators are trained.
You want to train investigators so they can do the best job interrogating and interviewing people. And the best job is extracting as much honest and truthful information without getting any false information.
And what is a guilt presumptive technique?
A guilt presumptive technique is when you assume that the person has committed a crime. The problem with doing this is it directs all the questions in line with that, sort of in a confirmatory way, to try and get the person to agree with your point of view.
And are those tactics effective in getting confessions?
They are.
What happens when those tactics are applied in situations where maybe the person didn't do something?
There's a lot of social influence and persuasion going on, so it sometimes can also lead to people who falsely confess.
What happens when they're applied to a situation where the police have already kind of framed out their narrative?
It can be extremely persuasive and influential to the person they're trying to get the information from, if that's what you're asking me.
So why wouldn't a person just maintain a denial?
It's very difficult in that situation, right? You're in a situation, you don't know what's going on. You're being told that the only way to get out of the situation is that if you confess. You're told over and over and over again that you're lying and you're not telling the truth. It's very hard to get out of there. In some situations, you're told the only way you're getting out of this room is if you tell us that you did it or something like that. It's not as easy as people might think to just say, hey, I'm done. And the problem with the Miranda warnings is that people understand that they have a right to an attorney. They don't understand the second part, that they can end the interview at any time and ask for an attorney. So they don't realize that they have the opportunity to just stop the interview and get relief or help.
I want to talk to you about the psychological impacts of interrogation tactics. Tell us about self-regulation.
Self-regulation is a process where you have to maintain cognitive, physical, and emotional control in order to achieve some goal. So if you want to lose weight, right, you have to maintain your cognitive, you have to maintain your emotions, and you have to stick to whatever physical exercise you're doing. In the case of confessions, right, you have to maintain your composure in order to not confess if you in fact haven't committed the crime.
And does fatigue weaken your ability to do that?
Yes.
How?
When you get tired, it's hard to maintain and continue to be vigilant in these things. I mean, you know from your own experience that when you're exercising, when you get tired, it becomes harder and harder to force yourself to do whatever exercise you're trying to do, to lift the weights or to do more push-ups. It just becomes more difficult as you become worn down. The same thing happens in the interrogation situation.
What happens when a person kind of comes to the conclusion that what they are saying will not be accepted by the interviewer?
Two things can happen. One is if they understand their rights and they exercise them, they can end the interrogation and say, look, I want a lawyer now. And at that point, the interrogation will end. So the other opportunity is they can just give in and confess. It's particularly a problem for people who are innocent, because if they're being shown evidence, people who are innocent will think that that evidence will then exonerate them because they didn't commit the crime, if that evidence actually exists.
Are you able to give an opinion about whether a confession is true or false?
I'm not.
Can there be parts of any confession that are true and parts that are false?
Yes,
And is it your job to say which of those are true and which of those are false?
it is not.
Can both the true parts and the false parts be a product of coercive tactics?
Yes.
Sometimes you have a very detailed confession that you're dealing with. Doesn't detail show truth?
Unfortunately not. So that when they've looked at the first DNA exonerations of false confessions, when they looked at the actual confessions, most of them have in them, 95% have in them something about the who, what, when, and where of the crime, as well as oftentimes they have an apology in them as well. And these are documented false confessions because they've been exonerated through DNA.
Now, I'd like to direct your attention specifically to Mr. Isabelle now, okay? Did you have an opportunity to review the interrogation in Mr. Isabelle's case?
I did.
You mentioned the Reed technique earlier. Is that thought to be a coercive technique?
In the psychological literature, it is thought to be one of the coercive techniques, yes.
Did you believe the Reed technique was being utilized here,
Yes,
even though they haven't been specifically trained on it?
yes.
So even with the Reed technique, well, let me back up just a second. Can you tell the jury a little bit about the Reed technique?
It's what we talked about before. To do the Reed technique, starts off, it's a 9-step process, and the police in this case didn't do all of it. It starts off, they train you in a behavioral analysis interview, which is supposed to help you determine if these things are true, if they're not true. And then you use the tactics that we talked about, like refusing denials and presenting evidence.
Is it thought to be a coercive technique?
It is.
Even with a reputedly coercive technique, are there certain practices that are frowned upon within the Reed technique?
So the Reed techniques published unacceptable, a list of unacceptable practices. And 2 of them, the most ones they talk about the most, are making threats of inevitable consequences and then promises of leniency to get someone to confess.
Did any of those happen here?
They did.
I'd like to direct your attention to a quote from Sergeant Boyd, okay? He said, because the story, and I'm gonna paraphrase some of the language, okay? Because the story that you're running with right now, and I'm gonna say that with all effing honesty, the story that you're running with right now, you will be effing dodging dicks for the next 50 effing years with that effing story. Do you understand what I'm saying? That shit ain't gonna effing fly, Brandon. I'm just being real with you. It ain't gonna effing fly, bro. You know that, and I know that. What's problematic, if anything, about that quote?
It's a threat of inevitable consequences, and in the Reed material, they expressly state that you shouldn't threaten someone with rape in order to get them to confess.
Is there a reasoning behind that?
There is, cases have been overturned because that tactic was used and the court decided that doing that made it an involuntary confession.
Are there any examples that you saw regarding promises of leniency?
There were implied promises of leniency.
Sergeant Winbush said, I'll tell you like this right here. I'm almost through with my cup of coffee. When I'm through with my cup of coffee, I'm gonna get up and walk out of this room. If you ain't came off of it, I'm leaving. I'm gonna leave. You gotta face the music on this. This is the only time I'm offering help. This is it. Would you consider that a promise of leniency?
It's an implied promise of leniency. What help is he going to be offering and providing for Brandon other than some relief in his situation?
And then Sergeant Boyd said, the only thing that's gonna save you right now is telling the effing truth. That's it. It ain't no effing way around it, Brandon. What happened to Danielle? Tell the effing truth. Was there a promise of leniency in there?
The savior. This is if he confesses that in some way it's going to save him.
Sergeant Boyd said, listen, Brandon, listen, I want you to understand this, okay? You're not a monster, okay? What's done is done, okay? Right now, you have to talk to me, okay? You understand what I'm saying? All right, I'm not here to hurt you, all right? I'm gonna tell you what you need to save your effing self, okay? You have to lay everything out, because anything short of that, the evidence is going to paint you like an effing monster. Why is that problematic?
Again, he's going to save him, right? This is going to save him in some way, right? The implication is that if this is going to save you, his situation is going to be better by virtue of him telling the truth as Detective Boyd sees it.
Can you tell me about your process when you review these interrogations?
Sure. So that I use with my people who evaluate stuff with me, my students, we use the IIAI survey or coding scheme. It's the Interrogation Interviewing Analysis Instrument. It's a lot to say. And basically what it is they've broken down all of the tactics that have been used throughout the literature in psychology, and they've combined them into like a checklist of 5 different categories to look for to see if these tactics occurred. The 5 categories, one is rapport building, sort of like small talk. The other one is there's an evidence tactic. There's a social psychological manipulation tactic, and these have individual tactics within them. These are just the categories. There's a consequential tactic, and there is a what we call minimization tactic. And then we also look for what we call contamination, like who said the information about what happened first. Did it come from the suspect, or did it come from the police? So you can see if the information in the confession is based on what the police said or what the person gave voluntarily.
Did you determine, based on your expertise, whether you believe this was a coercive interrogation?
I did.
What did you determine?
It was a coercive interrogation. Brandon was told, Mr. Isabelle was told several times that he wasn't leaving. He was called a liar. He was accused of committing the crime 17 times. It's pretty coercive.
How many coercive tactics did you count when you coded this particular
I
interrogation?
think 165 maybe.
Is that a lot?
That's a lot.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about what you found, okay? How long was this interrogation?
So the interrogation starts when they detain you. It doesn't start when they put you in the room. It starts when they detain you, because that's when you have to start thinking about, the situation that you're in. The amount of the interrogation that I saw, I don't know exactly when he was detained, but the interrogation videos that I saw were over 10 hours.
Is that a long interrogation?
Yes.
What is the recommended length of time for an interrogation?
The Reed technique recommends not over 2 to 4 hours. And the reason they do that is because, in my opinion, if you look at the false confessions, DNA exonerations, most of them occur when you have extremely long interrogations because people get very tired. And it's very tiring having to continue to fend off the accusations and the accusations.
So even the Reed technique, which you described as a coercive technique, does have parameters that it sets out for length of interrogation.
They do.
And this one was more than 2.5 times that length?
Yes.
And you talked about fatigue. Why is that a major risk factor?
Because as you become worn down and fatigued, it's hard to maintain self-regulation. So it's harder and harder to sort of maintain cognitive and emotional, physical control. And when you stop self-regulating, right, when you no longer can, you act impulsively. In the case of confessing, that means you confess to get out of the situation.
I'd like to talk to you for a minute about youth as a personal risk factor, okay? Did you find youth as a personal risk factor for Mr. Isabelle?
I did.
Why?
Mr. Isabelle was 25 years old. If you look at the Drizzt and Leo paper, and you look at the age of the people who falsely confessed, 65% were under the age.
Yeah, I'm gonna object.
If you have an objection, stand and state it.
I'm gonna object to him. He's done it once already, indicating other cases and when other people were exonerated and this sort of thing. It's not this case. We're specifically here to talk about this case.
Your Honor, this is part of the information that he's relied upon in developing his testimony and his expertise.
I don't know what these other cases entail. I don't know if these other cases are similar in what we are dealing with Mr. Isabelle, and I would much rather hear about cases that are similar to what we're dealing with here, given the nature of these offenses. I don't know if he's saying the cases we've seen in thefts, burglaries, that's not what we're dealing with here. I don't disagree
I
with
believe
you.
he was testifying about data on which he relies in making his expert opinions regarding false confessions.
The expert, I'm sorry, Judge, if I recall that, the expert opinion here would have to do with this particular case, not other cases.
Sustained.
Did you consider youth to be a personal risk factor for Mr. Isabelle?
I did,
And that's because he was 25?
correct.
Now, I want to talk to you about physical comforts that you were able to view in the video. Did you find any risk factors regarding his physical comfort?
Yes,
What were those?
that he indicated before the interrogation started that he was in some pain because of the tightness of the handcuffs.
Did you notice anything about whether he appeared to be overly hot or overly cold?
He seemed to be cold.
Why is that a problem?
Because you can imagine when you're trying to do something, like take a test, if you're in physical discomfort, if you're cold, it's going to impair your ability to do it. Same when you're trying to defend your freedom.
Now, I'd like to kind of focus in on some of the tactics used, okay? Starting with misrepresenting their roles by the police officers, okay? What does it mean by rapport building?
So rapport building is something that every interrogation technique probably says that you should do. It's sort of like a little small talk to start the interrogation. There's nothing wrong with that. It becomes problematic when the police misrepresent their role, when they say they're there to do something other than their legal obligation, like I'm here to help you, or if they show sympathy for the person because that's not their role in an interrogation.
Did that happen here?
It did.
I'm going to read you a quote from the statement, and I want you to let me know if that is an example of a misrepresentation of the role. Sergeant Winbush said, I'll tell you like this right here. I'm almost, and it's like the cup of coffee. I'm going to get up and walk out of this room. If you ain't come off it, I'm leaving. I'm going to leave. You got to face the music on this. This is the only time I'm offering help. This is it. Is that an example?
Yes, because he's offering help. And as Officer Boyd testified, the sergeant, I'm sorry, I'm not sure his name, their job is just to collect evidence. It's not to offer help. They're trying to find out information about the case.
And Sergeant Boyd said, I'm not here to hurt you, all right? I'm going to tell you what you need to save your effing self, okay? You have to lay everything out, because anything short of that, the evidence is going to paint you like an effing monster. Was anything wrong with that baby when you left her? Was that misrepresentation of his role?
Yes, he's not there to tell, to advise Mr. Isabelle about what's best for him,
And why is that problematic?
because it builds a false sense of trust and sort of indicates that Mr. Isabelle, it would be in his interest to do these things.
I want to read you a quote from the interview and tell me whether or not it is an example of showing sympathy, okay? Sergeant Boyd said, right, that's understandable, man. I mean, we get it. We know that you're going through a tough time right now. You know, your newborn kid is gone, and you know, you don't know where your baby mama is at. We get it, okay? So I understand you being nervous. And then the second one, Brandon, look, I've been in your position, so I understand, okay? Are those two examples of Sergeant Boyd utilizing sympathy?
Yes,
And why is that problematic?
because when you show sympathy with people, it makes it easier to persuade them and for them to believe you because it builds a sense of trust with them.
I want to talk to you about the evidence, okay?
Yep.
What is an evidence tactic?
There are three evidence tactics. They are presenting a lot of evidence so the person thinks that any sort of offer of denial will be rejected. The other one is called the false evidence ploy, which is when you say that you have evidence that doesn't exist, like you say, why is your face on that camera when in fact it doesn't exist? And the third one is called evidence bait or the evidence bluff. And that's when you say, we don't have the evidence, but we're going to get it. And when we get it, you're going to be in a lot of trouble because it's going to show that you're the person.
Were any of those evidence tactics used here?
I believe they all were.
I want to talk to you specifically about the presenting evidence tactic, okay? Sergeant Winbush said, when you took her out of the car, did you pull some of her hair or some of her extensions out? Yeah, you did. They was on the ground. Is that an example of presenting evidence to him?
Yes, they're telling him they have this evidence.
What evidence were they telling him that they had?
hair extensions on the ground.
And later on the river, one of the officers said, we've already looked at that, referring to some camera footage. And that's why we're asking you over and over, okay? Was that an example of presenting evidence?
If the camera evidence exists, then yes. If the camera evidence doesn't exist, it's the false evidence ploy.
And why is that a problem?
Because in those situations, in the literature, people are more likely to confess when you do those things.
Is it also a source of contamination to the rest of the interview?
It is, because you're telling them, especially with the hair, like you're telling him what to put in, right? That's the evidence that he should be including in his confession.
Why is that a problem?
Because you want the evidence to come from the person rather than the police. And what happens is the only way to tell if a confession, or one way to tell if it's true, is if he has guilty knowledge. Well, if that guilty knowledge comes from a source other than him, there's no way to know if he actually had it or he just picked it up during the interrogation.
I'd like to talk to you about the evidence baiting, okay? When Sergeant Winbush said, so when we get this gun, it hasn't been fired. Is that an example of evidence baiting?
Yes, because they're talking about evidence they don't have yet, but they're going to retrieve.
And Sergeant Winbush said, she met you at MAPCO, so when I go up to this MAPCO, I'm gonna see you and her out there on the parking lot.
Evidence bluff blade, because they don't have that evidence yet.
Sergeant Boyd said, because look, Rob, I really wasn't bullshitting you. That area really is monitored.
To the extent that they don't have at that monitoring when they're talking to them, that is the evidence base.
And that last one was actually also an evidence bluff, wasn't it? They didn't actually have any of
Well,
that.
then it's not evidence bluff, then it's the false evidence ploy. If they're talking about evidence that doesn't exist, then it's the false evidence ploy.
And what's the problem with using evidence baiting?
In the lab, it gets people to falsely confess when they think the evidence exists, even if it doesn't.
I want to talk to you about challenging contradictions, okay? What is a challenge about? What is that?
When you tell the person that their story doesn't make any sense, it's problematic because the implication is that they need to change their story to make one that fits more with what the interviewer thinks they're asking about.
Did you see examples of challenging contradictions in Mr. Isabelle's case?
Several times.
Are these, I'm going to read a couple of quotes, and let me know if these are examples of challenging contradictions. Sergeant Boyd, Brandon, let me tell you something, okay? You had to walk on rocks to get down there, didn't you?
Yes, so they're telling him that his story doesn't make sense.
And then Sergeant Winbush, well, if you're holding her like this, her hat and her head is pressed against your arm. How did it come off?
Right, so they're telling him whatever story he's telling doesn't make sense, so that here's a story that makes more sense and has to be true.
Sergeant Winbush, if you placed the baby where you say you placed the baby, then we would have the baby, Brandon. We would have the baby.
That's challenging his story is contradictions, yeah.
From the picture you're painting, you had to be a whole lot closer to that water when you tossed that gun in.
Yes, another example.
Why is that a problematic tactic?
Because what you're telling the person is whatever story they're saying is not going to be accepted. Come up with a different story, one that fits the narrative that we think fits the evidence.
Now, I want to move from that into psychological manipulation, okay? What is social and psychological manipulation?
So social and psychological manipulation is when you're trying to increase the person's guilt. And I don't mean a legal sense, I mean, their guilt that they have, they're carrying with them. Sort of like either shaming them, making them feel bad, making them think that people will think better of them, like their parents or the community, if they stand up and confess to the crimes.
Did you see examples of psychological manipulation in this interrogation?
Yes.
I would like to give you a quote and let me know if that's kind of an illustration of what you're talking about. Sergeant Winbush, are you a monster? Sergeant Boyd, are you an effing monster? Brandon Isabelle, am I a monster? Sergeant Boyd, are you a monster? Sergeant Winbush, are you a monster? Is that an example?
Yeah, they're shaming him, saying he's a monster.
Then Sergeant Winbush later on said, do you live with your mom and dad? You know, I've talked to some of the other investigators who have talked to mom and dad. Your parents think very highly of you. Just the situation that's going on, okay, with the women and everything. But they think very highly of you. And I don't think they would think highly of you right now, okay? Because they know their son. And they know that their son knows that he has done something. Don't get one part out behind you, but not the other part.
Yeah, so they're saying to him, they're shaming him and telling him that in some way his family is going to feel better about him if he confesses to these crimes.
One of the officers down at the river, son, let's talk, okay? Right now, you already did the unspeakable, okay? Right now, it's time to get it all out. Get it all out right here, right now. Right here, okay? Where is she at? Where's she at? The truth.
So that is problematic because what they're saying is that it's in Brandon's self-interest to get at the truth. In some way, he'll be better for telling them where the baby is or what they're looking for.
I'd like to discuss with you now consequence-based tactics, okay? What are consequence-based tactics?
Consequence-based tactics are tactics in which it's communicated to the person that the full weight of the law is going to come down from them if they continue to refuse to accept responsibility for the crime.
Did you find consequence-based tactics utilized in this interrogation?
I did.
Now, while they were at the river, did Sergeant Winbush tell Brandon that they would not leave until he confessed?
He did.
Specifically, I think Sergeant Winbush said, so see all this standing around right here? It's not going anywhere. It's not going anywhere. But we can stop this now and just say, hey, I put her in the water.
If he was referring to the interrogation, it means it's a thing referred to as trapped, that you're not leaving until you tell us, in this case, where the baby is.
And he specifically wanted to say, have him say that he put the baby in the water.
Yes.
Did detectives leverage their experience to communicate to Brandon that any attempts to deceive them would fail?
Yes.
Sergeant Boyd said, Brandon, how long you think we've been doing this? You think we look like big dumb brutes, right? I'm gonna tell you something, okay? There's a lot of MFers in prison who thought that they were smarter than us because they wanted to play games. And you know what? Every single one of them effed themselves. What are your thoughts on that?
It's problematic at courses because they're using their experience. They know what's going on. They know everything. So not telling them what they believe to be the truth is going to wind them up in jail.
Is describing or exaggerating future sentencing considerations considered a consequence-based tactic?
It is.
Now, Sergeant Boyd told Mr. Isabelle, because the story that you're running with right now, and I'm going to say this with all effing honesty, the story that you're running with right now, you'll be effing dodging dicks for the next 50 effing years with that effing story. Do you understand what I'm saying? That shit ain't gonna effing fly, Brandon. I'm just being real with you. It ain't gonna effing fly, bro. You know that, and I know that. Is that an example of that describing future consequences?
Yes, he's indicating that he'll be in jail for 50 years.
Okay. And was there anything else problematic about that one?
He's threatening rape.
Was Mr. Isabelle ever directly accused of committing the crime?
He was.
How many times, if you recall?
17.
Sergeant Winbush said, opportunity. Sergeant Boyd, what happened? Sergeant Winbush, tell the truth. Sergeant Boyd, what happened to Danielle and what happened to the baby? Where are they? Is that problematic in your view?
Yeah, they're saying you know exactly what happened. You've done this, so just tell us where the baby is.
Sergeant Boyd, you pushed her down there into the water. Is that problematic?
Yes, because they're accusing him of committing a crime.
Sergeant Boyd, You know what happened to this girl because you was there, okay? That we can prove. This is not a game, okay? Is that problematic?
Once again, it's evidence, tactic, and they're saying that he committed a crime.
Sergeant Boyd, that was your intent, correct? To push that baby into the river. It was because you brought it out there into the rain anyway, so what's the difference? You brought the baby out here to a secluded location in the rain after you shot the baby's mother. Your intent wasn't for that baby to survive.
Problematic because they're saying it's a certainty that he committed a crime.
What is information degradation?
It's when you tell the person they're lying.
Why is that problematic?
Because when you tell someone they're lying, you're telling them that they should change their story into one that they believe is truthful.
Sergeant Boyd said, so with that being said, you really need to think long and hard, and you need to be honest with us. Because right now, you know that. We know that you're not. You understand what I'm saying?
So when you tell someone you need to be honest with us, the implication is that you haven't been honest with us after a long interrogation, so that start telling us a different story that we believe is honest.
Sergeant Boyd, I'm gonna tell you something right now, okay? And I want you to hear me loud and effing clear, okay? You are not leaving this effing room without cuffs on because you know you're effing lying.
So there's several things wrong with that, right?
That was me, I'm so sorry.
First of all, it's trapped, right? They're telling him the only way that he's getting out of the room, right, is if he confesses to what they want to hear, and they're telling him that he committed the crime.
Sergeant Boyd, right there, you're a effing liar. You're a effing liar, Brandon. Where did you put her?
So they're telling him that he's a liar, right? They're saying whatever he says so far is not true. They want something else from him.
And what's the risk factor there?
That he's going to tell them a story that comports with what they want to hear, whether it's true or not.
I'd like to talk to you now about minimizations, okay? What are minimizations?
Minimizations are when you say that the crime is not as bad or the punishments aren't going to be bad. So you minimize the severity of the crime and the severity of the punishments.
Can you give an example?
If I say to you, listen, everybody gets drunk, they get into fights, it's not such a big deal, don't worry about it. So I'm saying that whatever you did when you got into the fight when you were drinking, it's okay because it's not your fault, it's the drinking's fault, the alcohol's fault.
Did you see that minimization utilized here?
Yes,
Why are minimizations problematic?
because they can lead to false confessions.
Sergeant Winbush told Mr. Isabelle, what you have to do, you have to think about where we go from here, how you're going to be viewed, what's going to be done to you. The thing is, your timeline is off. Those places you went that night is off. You haven't told us everywhere you went. Is that an example of the officer minimizing the situation?
It sounds more like an example of the officer challenging a contradiction, telling him his story is not correct, and that he has to tell him the true story.
I'm sorry. Is that an example of him appealing to Mr. Isabel's self-interest?
Yes.
And then what minimizations did you see here with Mr. Isabelle?
Appealing to self-interest, giving rationalizations why he committed the crime. I think Detective Boyd said, look, we've all been there. We've all had problems with women or something like that, so that in some way it's understandable what's going on.
I'd like to talk to you about contamination. What is contamination?
Contamination is when information about the crime is leaked in by the police officers, either voluntarily or involuntary, and they can be used to make a confession.
Did that happen in this case?
Yes,
Did police provide Mr. Isabelle with certain details?
they did.
Did police tell Mr. Isabelle that this was a homicide investigation?
They were the first to mention it, yes.
Did the police tell Mr. Isabelle first that the baby was left somewhere?
Yes,
Did the police introduce the information about the Adidas slides?
they did.
Did the police introduce the information that the baby was left in the car seat?
Yes,
Did the police introduce the fact that the baby was put or tossed into the river?
yes,
Did the police introduce the evidence of the hat?
They did.
Did the police introduce the fact that Mr. Isabelle changed clothes?
Yes,
Did the police introduce the fact that the car seat was taken to another location?
they did.
Did the police introduce the fact that the slides were placed in the trunk?
Yes,
Did the police introduce the evidence regarding the specific placement of Danielle Hoyle's car?
they did.
Why does that matter?
Because you can use that information to create the confession, and now you don't know if it comes from his memory of actually committing a crime or if it came from what he deduced that the police wanted him to say in his confession.
I'm getting close to the end here, okay? So we got over a couple of these examples that we've talked about, specific examples. Did you have other examples in each of those categories?
I did,
So those were just kind of highlights.
if you could call them that, yes.
Are the tactics that we've discussed risk factors for a false confession?
They are.
Can a false confession include true information?
It can.
How many tactics were used in this interrogation?
165, thereabouts.
Is Mr. Isabelle at a greater risk to falsely confess to some things because of the length of the interrogation, his cognitive ability, or his fatigue?
I would say the length and his fatigue.
And in your expert opinion, was this a highly coercive interrogation?
It was.
And that can increase the risk for a false confession.
It can.
And a false confession can include true information.
It can.
That's all I have.
State of Tennessee, you have the floor.
Thank you, Jeff. All right, Doctor,
Sir, can I trouble you for a glass of water before we start?
Let's get the deputy report so that we don't spill water all over that thing.
Thank you, thank you.
If that's okay with you.
I appreciate it.
Everything's fine. I'm not saying that, it's just.
I'm kidding, I'm joking, I'm joking.
We'll get you some water, it'll be in a bottle.
That's great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. So it seems like a bit of a minefield, right, in your world to do an interrogation, right, an interview?
Not really. There are ways in which you can do it that are non-accusatory and non-confrontational.
But you can't tell him when he's lying.
There are ways in which you're doing it that are not, coercive. You can challenge contradictions without accusing the person of committing the crime. Calling them.
Your Honor, I asked if he'd be allowed to finish his answer.
I was just asking if you can tell him when he's lying.
Generally, you shouldn't do that.
You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't show sympathy.
Right.
You shouldn't challenge contradictions.
You can. It's a matter of the manner in which the way you do it is.
How do you do it?
You just say to the person, thank you. You say to the person, look, here's some things that don't match up. Can you explain that? Opposed to calling them a liar, accusing them of committing a crime and stuff like that.
You can't talk about consequences.
You shouldn't talk about consequences. No.
You shouldn't minimize things.
Correct.
You shouldn't accuse them of the crime.
You should not.
You shouldn't appeal to their self-interest. And you shouldn't give them information, right?
Right.
You can't do any of those things. You indicated that this interview lasted for 10 hours and something, right?
Yep.
But that's not true, though, is it?
No, it is absolutely true.
Do you remember the 7-minute 52 mark of the statement?
Yes.
What happened after that?
I'm sorry, I don't remember. Is that when
You reviewed the interview, right?
yes,
You're here to testify about the interview.
I am.
So you don't know what happened after the 7-hour and 52-minute mark.
I don't remember every minute of the interrogation. So
Well, you just said it lasted over 10 hours.
did because the times that I had matched up for over 10 and a half hours.
At the 7-hour and 52-minute mark, the interview did what? It ended. You remember that?
No.
What does he do after 7 hours and 52 minutes?
I don't know. And the interview?
He sits in there by himself.
Yeah, the interview is still going on at that time.
They didn't talk to him after that, in the next 2.5 hours.
The interview doesn't end until he leaves.
So you're saying that things that he said before he's left alone for 2.5 hours and they never talk to him again, that affects the things he said?
He doesn't know that it's over.
But he doesn't.
It doesn't affect his confession before that, but the interrogation is still going on. It doesn't affect anything he said before that point, but the interrogation is still ongoing.
How is the interrogation still ongoing if they're not talking to
Is he still in cuffs? Is he still in the interrogation room? Does he know that the interrogation's over?
I'll ask the question.
I'm answering the questions. To the extent that he doesn't know the interrogation's over, they haven't said, look, we're done. It's still going on for him.
But if he doesn't say anything after that, that can't have any effect on the overall interrogation, can it?
I said it has no effect on the things he said before.
But he doesn't say anything after the 7-hour, 52-minute mark. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay?
So the interrogation can have gone on for over 10 hours, right?
It did go on for over 10 hours.
You're sticking with, we're going with time after the interrogation. You're including that in the interrogation.
Ask and answer.
So saying,
Okay. The time that he's sitting in there by himself before they ever start talking to him, do you remember what he was doing during that time?
Sleeping.
Sleeping. That's helpful, right?
How is that helpful?
Sleep. It's helpful, right?
Yes, I guess. I'm not sure. I'm not an expert on sleep.
Do you sleep?
I do.
Do you feel better when you sleep?
It depends. I mean, we're getting outside of my area of expertise. I'm not an expert on sleeping.
Well, you said that sitting there causes fatigue and it causes them to maybe confess to things they didn't do.
Yes.
So if you sleep, you have less fatigue, right?
Not necessarily.
No.
Not all sleep is restful. Again, I'm not an expert on
Okay.
sleep.
You said that he was cold. He appeared to be cold.
Right.
Did you ever talk to him?
I do not.
You have no idea if he was cold or not, right?
I believe it was asked during the previous hearing, and it was agreed to that it was.
It was asked during what?
A previous hearing in here.
You've been involved in a previous thing?
I read a transcript of a previous hearing in here.
It was asked and somebody said it was cold?
I believe so.
But that's not you observing it was cold.
I took the person who was testifying under oath at the word.
Well, you just sat up there and testified that you were looking at him and you thought he felt cold.
I did.
Well, that's not true then, is it?
No, I did believe that.
You believe it based on what you heard from a previous hearing.
No, I believed it, and I believed it was said in a previous hearing too.
When you put handcuffs on someone, what do you, when you have someone in, on a suspected double homicide, right? What are you supposed to do with it?
I'm not an expert on police procedure. I can't tell you.
What, do you think you should handcuff that person?
My expertise is on what happened during the interrogation, not what should or should not happen when someone commits a double homicide.
Well, you commented on the handcuffs, right?
Yes.
So do you understand why they have to handcuff someone that's accused of double homicide?
I do, but it's not really my expertise of why they handcuff people or what they do to collect evidence. My expertise is what happened during the interrogation, and during the interrogation, before they start questioning him, he indicates that they were tied on.
What did they do?
They loosened him at that point.
Okay, and that's all they can do at that point, right?
That's all they can do at that
They
point.
can loosen. You said at some point, false confessions in the lab. What did you mean by that?
So we conduct experiments in the lab. They do them in a number of ways, and you can get people to falsely confess to things in the lab that they didn't do.
But that's not real life, is it?
No,
It's in a laboratory.
it is. That's what makes it so scary, right? If you can get people to false confess under those situations, imagine what's like in a situation when you're fighting for your life.
Well, there's no real consequences when you're in a lab, are there?
Right, and people still falsely confess. That's my point.
But they know they're not accused of anything.
They don't. They feel like during the experiment that they've made an error and that there are going to be consequences to what they do.
So people go into a lab knowing that they're part of an experiment,
Yes.
and then they all of a sudden think that they're actually being accused of something?
Would you like me to go over the scenario that they do in the lab?
I'm good. Okay. What is the best way, honestly, though? All this stuff we're talking about here, right? All these factors, all these risk factors, things you shouldn't do and you should do. You can't look at a statement, can you? On the four corners of the statement, or just view a statement and tell whether or not it's false.
No.
You can't do it, right? What do you need? What do you need to really determine whether or not a statement is false or true?
We talked about it earlier, the guilty knowledge. If the person has guilty knowledge of the crime that was not contaminated in there, it gives you more evidence that what they're saying is true.
What do we need to determine whether or not the interview is false or
I
true?
can't speak for what you need to determine that.
I said, what do we need?
I can't speak to what we need. I can tell you what I do when I look at the interrogations. And the way in which we determine if it's true is we look to see if they have guilty knowledge that has not been leaked in through any other form.
How about facts?
Yes, we look to see if what they're saying matches the facts that they have. That's what I'm saying. Guilty knowledge is the facts.
So if what they're saying matches facts that are in evidence, then the statement is less likely to be false, right?
Yes.
So if the defendant, in this case, indicated that he went to Lamar Surgery Center that day, that he went to the Regional Medical Center that day, and then he came home that day, and all of that is confirmed by the GPS on his phone, that would give us comfort that what he said was true, right?
Depending on what was happening with GPS phone, if he had it, I mean, there's a lot of factors, but yes.
Depending on what? I'm sorry.
There's a lot of factors involved. Does he have his phone? Does somebody else have his phone? I mean, I'm not an evidence expert.
Okay. What about a motive? If he said he had a motive, if we knew he had a motive.
That has no influence on whether the interrogation is true or false.
A motive doesn't have anything to do with it, right?
Not in looking at what happened during the interrogation, no.
So if he said that he didn't want to have the baby, right, in the interrogation, and that's confirmed with the text message that we saw earlier that he wanted Danielle Hoyle to abort the baby, that doesn't help you with the idea that that statement might be true?
No.
What if he said he was on the scene? Well, we know he said he was on the scene at Levi and Sedgwick where Danielle was shot, right? He said this a number of times, correct?
Yep.
What if the GPS on his phone put him right there at the area of Levi and Sedgwick from 9:02 to 9:17 p.m.?
What if, I think you misunderstanding my role. I'm not here to determine whether what he said was true or false. And I said that during, I'm only here to tell you what happened and what the psychological impacts of the interrogation are. I'm not asserting that anything is true or false. I don't make that determination. You keep asking, does that give you more confidence in this being true or not false? I don't determine that. They'll determine that.
But you just got there answering a bunch of questions about things that might make the statement false, did you not?
And I didn't say the statement was true or false, right?
But you're answering questions about what might make it false. You kept saying, yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem. It's a problem when you tell him he's lying, right?
Right.
It's a problem when you tell him about consequences, right?
Right.
All these things are problems.
Right.
What we're talking about now are things that mitigate those problems. You came in here prepared to answer those questions too, didn't you?
I'm answering your questions.
Well, here's the question again. If he said, well, he did say, right, that he was at Levi and Sedgwick. He said he went there, right?
He said he went there, yes.
If we have information from the GPS on his phone that he was in fact at Levi and Sedgwick from 9:02 to 9:17 p.m., that's a good thing, right? That's a non-risk factor, right?
A non-risk factor, what do you mean?
The opposite of a risk factor.
How? I don't understand.
All right. If his GPS of his phone was there, that makes it more likely that he was there too, right?
Yes.
Okay. If he indicated that he took a 9mm gun and he fired it at Danielle multiple times, and we know that she was shot 5 times in the head, does that make it, I'll call it a non-risk factor? That's false.
Not exactly. It depends on how we came to that information and what information we used to get it from.
Well, do you remember who the first person was to say they shot Danielle?
I don't exactly.
It was him.
Okay.
He was the first person that said he shot Danielle. So if he's the first person that said he shot Danielle, and we know that she was shot, that makes that less likely to be false, right?
Yes.
If he said he used a 9mm gun, and there were 9mm shell casings found right out where the shooting occurred, makes it less likely to be false.
If
right?
he's the first person to mention those facts, then it makes it less likely to be false.
If he said he used a 9mm gun and there were 2 9mm casings found in the front seat of her car, that makes it less likely to be false, right?
As long as there was no contamination, yes.
If he said that her car rolled back after he shot her, okay? Rolled back from where he shot her. And we find that the car, in fact, did roll back. That makes it less likely that that's a false statement, right?
Again, if he's the first person to say those things, then yes.
He was the first person. You don't remember that he's the first person?
No.
He was. Does that give you comfort?
You telling me that he was the first person? No.
No. I'm telling you that he was in fact the first person.
Okay.
So if he was the first person that said the car rolled back from where the shooting initially occurred, that would make it less chance of it being a false statement.
To the extent there was no contamination, yes.
Well, if he's the first person to say it.
I'm agreeing with you.
If the shell casings that were found where the shooting occurred and the shell casings that were found in the front seat of the victim's car also match live ammunition that's found in this defendant's car, does that make it less false or less chance of being false?
Say again, I'm sorry. If live ammunition was found in his car, that matched
Yes, sir.
those things, not necessarily.
So you're saying the exact same ammunition that was found in his car matches the shell casings that are in her car and the shell casings that are at the shooting
I'm not
scene?
assuming in any way how the information, how that stuff got into his car or what happens.
Right.
So I don't know.
If all those things match, though, it makes it what?
It makes it what?
Less likely that it's false. The statement is false. We're talking about the statement, right? You're here to talk about the statement.
Right.
How much did they pay you to come in here and talk about the statement?
I get 150 an hour.
How many hours have you spent on this?
I don't know.
You're not going to do a bill?
I mean, I am. I just haven't tabulated the whole
You just
thing.
have no idea how many hours you spent so far?
I've spent a lot of hours. I don't know exactly how many. It's been a
But in
lot.
all those hours you spent, it doesn't sound like you reviewed the evidence of the case.
I don't review the evidence of the case. I only review the interrogation. I
How?
mean, it sounds like that because it's in fact true.
Well, when we talk about the DNA exoneration, right?
Mhm.
What exonerates the person in the DNA exoneration?
The DNA
The DNA. What is the DNA?
evidence, is that what you want to say?
It's a fact, right?
Okay.
So you have to look at the facts to exonerate someone or to work to see if it agrees with the statement they made, right?
Yes.
It's not somebody in a lab looking at the statement that exonerates them, is it?
No.
It's the facts that exonerate them, isn't it?
Yes.
That's why I'm talking to you about facts right now.
Okay, but, okay.
You get it?
Yeah.
All right. He was first to say he shot her. We've already talked about that, right?
Right.
We talked about the gun that he said he used, right?
Right.
And he said he used a 9mm gun. Right?
Right.
And we've already talked about those shell casings. So that makes it less likely to be false if the shell casings match each other and match the ammunition that's in his car, right?
That one we didn't agree on. We agreed on the other two.
Let me ask you this. He said in his statement that he threw the gun in the river. Right?
Yes.
Now, I know you didn't review the evidence on this case, but does it make sense to you or make it less false that he threw the gun in the river if, in fact, we know that he Googled, he searched, do shell casings, can you trace shell casings to a gun after it's fired? Only a day before the homicide.
No.
That doesn't indicate to you that he might try to get rid of the gun?
Searching, what was he searching?
He was searching just before the homicide whether or not bullets fired from a gun can be traced back to that gun.
That doesn't have any impact on this.
I'm gonna object. This doesn't have anything to do with the tactics employed by the police officers, which is where Mr. Newshot's expertise is.
I mean, we're entitled to cross-examine him with respect to the facts of the case. He's up here saying that all these things are risks.
States on cross, overruled.
Thank you. So it doesn't mean anything to you if you actually search, just the day before the murder, if you actually researched on Google, can shell casings be traced back to a gun?
Does it mean anything, or does it in some way affect his statement?
Yeah, does it
It
make
doesn't mean anything to me.
It means nothing to you.
No, it doesn't mean a statement is true or false. No.
It doesn't?
And what,
Motive? Planning?
I mean, again, those aren't things I looked at in the tactics. I don't look at motive, I don't look at planning, I don't look at the evidence in the case. That's not my role.
Maybe you should start looking at the evidence in the case.
Well, maybe,
Is there a question?
No, I'll move on to it. What about an empty holster in his car? That doesn't mean anything to you?
no.
Now, he said that he put the slides he was wearing when he shot Danielle in his trunk. That they found the slides in his trunk. Does that make his statement less false?
Same answer. If he's the first person to mention it without any contamination, then yes, we talked about guilty knowledge.
He said that the blood on the slides that were in the trunk of his car would be Danielle's blood, right?
Yes.
And the fact that the blood on the slides that were in the trunk of his car was in fact Danielle's blood, does that make it less likely to be false?
If that is in fact, if he said it first, then yes.
Well, does it really matter if he said it first?
Yes.
You don't think that having a murdered person's blood on the slides in the front of your car
It matters.
is a bad thing?
It matters that he has guilty knowledge that wasn't contaminated.
What about blood on the socks?
What's the question?
If there's blood, Danielle's blood is also on his socks that he's wearing during most of this interview, which we know happened. I don't know if you're here for that. Does that make the statement, this is my question, does that make the statement less likely to be false, in your opinion?
Again, I'm not looking at the evidence. I'm only looking at what's in the statement. Did he mention that in the statement? If not, that's really not what I do.
So you don't care about the evidence?
My job is not to look at I'm not an evidence witness. I'm only looking at the statement and what was done during it.
How about this? He said he left the murder scene, which is where?
The murder scene at that intersection, I don't know the actual name of it, the intersection near the one they were going over earlier.
I mean, you reviewed the statement, right?
I did.
Did you review before you came in here?
Not all of it. I don't remember the actual
But
street
you don't know
names.
what the murder scene is?
I don't remember the street names.
Levi and Sedgwick.
Thank you.
Okay. So he said he left the murder scene at Levi and Sedgwick and took what with
The baby,
the baby. And where did he say he went?
Mud River.
No. He said he went home with the baby.
Okay.
Okay? I'm telling you what a statement is. We're talking about a statement, right?
Okay. I'm sorry. I don't remember every section of a 10-hour statement.
Okay. Well, we can agree to disagree on the 10-hour statement part. But if the GPS on his phone tracks him from the murder scene at Levi and Sedgwick all the way to his house at Laughberry, that would make that less chance, a non-risk factor, right?
More likely.
That's information that corroborates what he said in his statement, isn't it?
Correct.
If we have ring camera video from his house at Laughberry that shows him getting out of his car, at the same time his GPS shows him getting there, wearing what?
I don't know, what was he wearing?
Should have looked at the evidence. Wearing Adidas slides,
Adidas slides.
right? Does that make it less likely that this statement is somehow false?
Yes.
Those are the Adidas slides that have Daniel's blood on them. Does that make it less likely that his statement is false?
Yes.
He says in his statement that he leaves the house on Laughberry and goes where? To the river. Goes to the river, okay? There's ring camera video that shows him leaving the house, and then his GPS on his phone showing him going from his address at Laughberry all the way down to the river, make that part of the statement less false.
Yes, it makes it more likely that he went to the river.
He said he went over the A.W. Willis Bridge, right?
I don't know. What bridge? I don't know. I know he went over a bridge. I don't know the name of the bridge.
Okay. He went over the bridge, and he drives up and down Island Drive, right?
If that's the drive, yes.
If we have a license plate right here that shows his car going over the A.W. Willis Bridge. Does that make that statement more likely to be true?
If he's the first to mention it without any contamination, yes.
If there's video of him shown driving up and down his white Chevy Malibu, driving up and down Island Drive, does it make that part of the statement
Yes.
more likely to be true? If his GPS shows him going all the way to the boat dock, does that show that his statement is more likely to be true?
Yes.
He says that he left the baby down by the river. Right? He was the first one to say that, right?
Right.
Does the fact that the baby's hat was down there make that more likely to be true?
Yes.
Okay. He says that after he throws the baby in the river, and I kind of want to stop for a second and ask you about this, because a lot of the questions where you're saying that, they're trying to, you can't leave until, they never said you can't leave until you confess, right?
They said they said this will end.
Right. But what did they want to happen for it to end?
They wanted him to tell them where the baby was.
They wanted to know where the baby was. Why do you think that is?
It's outside my expertise. I'm not speculating.
Just a
on what-
second.
It's asking him to speculate if it's not relevant what he thinks they were thinking.
Well, he's been speculating for an hour and a half now, Judge.
I'll sustain the objection and we'll move on.
Now, what did he say he did after he said he threw the baby in the river?
I don't remember.
Because you didn't review the evidence, right?
Because it's a 10-hour interrogation. I can't remember every single word of it.
Well, that's kind of an important part, right? Part where he threw the baby in the river and where he went after that. Didn't it?
I guess to you.
I guess to all of us. Okay? You get what you're doing here, right?
I think you don't get what I'm doing here.
No, I don't. True
And
statement.
object to commentary by counsel.
I've spoken with Mr. Christensen. Ask a question.
Sorry, Judge. He went to Walgreens. He said he went to Walgreens after he left, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Sustain your objection, Mr. Massey, I'm sorry.
You don't know what he did at Walgreens, right?
He went in and bought some items.
Yeah. He said he went in and he bought some items for his girlfriend, Artisha.
Right.
And if we have his GPS going from where he threw the baby in the river all the way to Walgreens, that would make that more likely a true statement, right?
Yes.
And he bought items for Artisha, and those were found at Artisha's house.
Correct.
So that makes it more likely for that statement to be true, right?
Right.
Then, after he leaves Walgreens, I'll tell you what he did. After he leaves Walgreens, he goes where? Walmart.
Right.
Right? Do you know what he does at Walmart?
I don't. I guess that's where they find the baby carrier.
Correct. He says he takes the baby carrier that he took the baby out of before he threw it in the river, and he drops it off at Walmart.
Commentary, you can ask questions.
It's not commentary, Judge. That's what he said. That is literally what the defendant said.
I agree with Mr. Christensen. That's not commentary. Commentary is you've been speculating for an hour and a half. That's not what this is. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Judge. He says he took the baby carrier to Walmart and dropped it by a dumpster.
Right.
Now, does the fact that GPS shows him going from Walgreens to Walmart give us, make that less likely to be a false statement?
Yes.
Does the fact that there's video that shows him at Walmart or shows his car at Walmart dropping something off by a dumpster make that less likely to be a false statement?
Yes.
Does the fact that we found the baby's car seat right there at that dumpster and it was identified as her car seat, does that make that statement less likely to be false?
Yes.
So just a few more here. Now, I want to ask you, because we've been talking a little bit about, sorry, let me ask you a couple things about, do you remember the first version that he gave about how and why he shot Danielle?
Yes.
What was it?
I believe it was, he said he didn't want to have he wasn't interested in having a baby.
Correct. He said he shot her because he didn't want to have a baby, right? But he changed it a little bit later on, actually a couple hours later. Do you remember what he changed it to?
I don't.
Well, he changed it to, I accidentally shot her. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. Well, what does that mean to you, an expert in these things?
Can you ask me a more specific question? What is it?
Let me ask you specifically, what's worse, right? Consequence-wise, is it worse to shoot someone because you didn't want to have the baby? Or is it worse to accidentally shoot a person?
This is outside.
Jackson irrelevant. Jackson irrelevant. They're talking about apples and oranges here and have been for the last.
There's a point to it, Judge.
Well, your witness has indicated that this is outside of your
Expertise.
expertise.
It's not, this is foundational. I'm going to ask him another question. It's actually right in his wheelhouse, I think.
His testimony is about the tactics used by police, not about the truth be said. I can't tell you if it's true or false.
I know they don't
I'm
want
just
to talk
telling
about
you
facts.
the tactics police use.
Both of you, all three of you, we're not doing that. I'm gonna sustain your objection, you're gonna bring it in, and you're gonna be specific as to the questions you ask of this witness relating to what his expertise is.
Yeah.
I know you have a wide open cross, I'm not trying to take that away from you, but we're not going to get distracted,
Okay, yes, sir.
please.
If the statement that he gives is more beneficial to him as the interview goes on,
Your Honor, I believe the objection was sustained. Answer that question.
I don't even know the question because he didn't finish.
I didn't actually get to finish it. Because you've indicated that there's coercive tactics, right?
Yes.
And they might make him falsely confess.
Right.
Right? My point is, he went from a really bad thing to a much less bad thing during the course of the interview. Right?
Accidentally opposed to doing it on purpose?
Right.
Yes.
So does that make it less likely that the statement is false?
No.
The fact that he had the presence of mind to change his story during the course of this interview doesn't make it less likely that the statement is false.
Not in my mind.
Let me ask you this. I'm just going to run through a few things with you, okay? Brandon Isabelle was the first to mention Danielle and the baby was missing, correct?
Correct.
Brandon Isabelle was the first to give a timeline. Had the child on January 31st, was in the gym Saturday night, January 30th, when Danielle went into labor, went to the hospital and stayed there until this morning because he had to take another child to the dentist, right?
Yes.
He was the first to say he dropped his son off at the dentist and met Danielle to give her baby clothes.
Correct.
He was the first to say both left the meetup going toward Third Street, and he went home.
Yes.
He was the first to say he went to his girlfriend's house around 9 to 10 p.m.
Yes.
He was the first to say that he was having a DNA test to confirm he's the father of Kennedy.
He was.
He was the first to say he met Danielle at the Matco on Brooks Road to give her baby clothes.
Yes.
He was the first to say they were only together for a minute, just long enough to give her the clothes he bought from Walmart.
Correct.
He was the first to say it was raining when they met up.
Correct.
He was the first to say that he arrived at Matco first.
Correct.
He was the first to say they met at the pumps.
Yes.
He was the first to say Danielle was driving a gold Chevy Cruze.
Yes.
He was the first to say that he was in a white Chevy Malibu.
Yes.
He was the first to say he handed her clothes through the window.
Yes.
He was the first to say Danielle told him she was going to McDonald's.
Yes.
He was the first to confirm that he saw the baby asleep in the back seat covered by a pink blanket.
Yes.
He was the first to say Danielle told him she got the baby medicine for low iron.
Yes.
He was the first to say he arrived at his house at 8:30 at night.
Yes.
He said he took a shower.
Correct.
He was the first to say he got to his girlfriend at 10:30 or 11.
I believe so.
He was the first to say he texted Danielle several times after getting a shower with no response.
I believe so.
He was the first to say Danielle's brother texted him to inform him that they could not find Danielle or the baby.
Yes.
He was the first to say the brother wanted his location, and he gave him the home address instead of his girlfriend's address. He and his girlfriend went to his home in girlfriend's car. He was the first to say that.
Right.
He was the first to say he left his car at his girlfriend's house.
Right.
He was the first to say Artesia has a blacksmith in Weston.
I believe so.
He was the first to say he had a Glock 19.
I believe so.
He was the first to say his gun was left in our teacher's room in the dresser.
Yes,
He was the first to say he last fired his gun about a year ago at Top Gun Ranch.
that's true.
He was the first to say that our teacher stopped for gas between her house and Brandon's.
I don't remember that. Is that in my report?
Yeah.
And yes,
He was the first to say he punched a hole in the wall when he got to the house.
yes,
He was the first to say his mom called police when she found out Danielle was missing and messaged from someone else saying they were on the way to Brandon's house.
yes,
He was the first to say when he first found out Danielle was pregnant, Brandon wanted her to get an abortion because he's still legally married.
yes,
He was the first to say that Danielle decided not to get an abortion and she and Brandon didn't really talk until around December.
Right.
He was the first to say that his car was messing up, so he and Danielle pulled over on the side of the road close to 3rd Street. The street had a park at the end of it.
yes, yes,
He was the first to say they sat in the car for a minute and talked, then he got the child and left.
Right.
He was the first to bring up the river.
yes,
He was the first to state he left the child in the river near the harbor.
yes,
He was the first to say he left the baby by a fence or a gate.
yes,
He was the first to say he went over A.W. Willis Street off of Danny Thomas.
yes,
He was the first to say he went to Artesia's after leaving the baby.
correct.
He was the first to say that when he and Danielle pulled over and she parked behind him, he was using a flashlight to look at his wheels because they were screeching. Danielle had pulled in front of him to give more light.
Yes,
He was the first to say it started raining, and Brandon and Isabelle got in the car with Danielle and the baby, talked about random stuff, and he got the baby and left.
yes,
He was the first to say that Danielle was still sitting there when he left.
yes,
He was the first to say the gun is not at Artesia's, and he doesn't know where it is.
right.
He was the first to say that Danielle's mom called her and asked if they'd been to the store. Brandon told Danielle he was about to go to the mall, took the baby because it was the end of his birthday.
Yes,
He was the first to say he left the baby in the parking lot because he was trying to take her back to Danielle.
yes,
He was the first to say he shot Danielle.
I believe so.
He was the first to say they were talking in the car, then he pulled the gun.
Right.
He was the first to say he shot her while standing outside the passenger door.
That's right.
He was the first to state that he shot Danielle because he didn't want the baby.
Right.
He was the first to say that he threw the gun in the river.
Yes, I believe so.
He was the first to say that he was hearing noises behind him. She was looking behind him. He told her not to because it was making him nervous. She said it didn't matter because he had his gun on him. She turned and looked out the driver's side window, and he shot her.
Yes,
He was the first to say he pulled Danielle out of the car after shooting.
right.
He was the first to point out where he left the baby at the river. He was the first to say he slid the car seat and he didn't know if it went into the water or not.
Right.
He was the first to say after leaving the baby, he went to Walgreens and got candy, a card, and a rose for Artesia.
Right.
He was the first to say the shoes are in his trunk.
Right.
The jacket's in his closet.
Right.
He was the first to say that he took a seat to the Walmart dumpster.
Right.
He was the first to say that he grabbed the baby by her leg. He was the first to say that, right?
Right.
He was the first to say he left his car at Artesia's because he was out of gas.
Right.
He was the first to say that the slides looked like they had blood on them.
Right.
He was the first to say he grabbed Danielle by the shirt with two hands to pull her out of the car.
Correct.
He was the first to say that Danielle's car rolled backwards after he shot her.
Right.
He was the first one to say that the baby's hat fell off while he was carrying her down the river.
Yes, I believe so.
So all those things that he said are uncontaminated, fair?
Correct.
All those things that he said about shooting Danielle, about throwing the baby in the river, that's uncontaminated statement, right?
Right.
And does all that stuff should it give us comfort that his statement is in fact not a false statement, but a true statement?
Those parts of it, yes.
That's a lot of it, right? I just wanted to. No further questions, Ed?
Any redirect?
Yes, please. Do you recall when you reviewed the interrogation Sergeant Winbush telling Mr. Brandon Isabel, you had that baby by her leg?
Yes,
And that was before he said anything about holding the baby by her leg.
I'm not exactly sure when they said which.
And that was when they were talking about the way he carried the baby down.
Yes,
Do you remember that being before Brandon ever said anything about grabbing her by the leg?
do you have my report? Can I do my report? I can't remember now, the timeline of all this stuff. I'm sorry.
Ma'am?
I'm sorry, I don't remember that.
Now I want to talk to you about what your role here is, okay? Are you here to tell the jury any particular part of Mr. Isabel's statement is true or false?
No.
Are you here to testify about the tactics utilized by police?
I'm here to testify about the psychological impacts of the tactics used by police.
And so that has really no actual bearing on the truth or falsity of what's said.
Correct.
So what you are discussing with the jury is the way that the police interviewed him and how that can affect the product of the interview.
That's right.
Would it be appropriate for your determinations for you to review the other discovery in the case?
No,
Why not?
because it has no bearing on what I'm doing. I mean, I could review it, but I try to be a good steward to the state, and I would just be charging them for stuff that I would not consider, in my opinion.
Okay. And does the other evidence have anything to do with what you look at in your particular field?
No, only to the extent that the evidence is either the false evidence or the evidence bait questions.
And when we talk about the false evidence or false confession, what you're testifying to is really the coerciveness of the interview, right?
Yes,
That's what you are opining on, whether the interview was overly coercive.
correct.
And you look at the tactics the police utilized to do that.
Right.
And the police utilized overly coercive tactics here.
They did.
So whether certain details are true or false is completely outside of that purview.
Right, you can coerce people into giving a true statement. That's true.
Okay. What you are here to do is to just kind of help the jury understand the psychological processes happening during the interrogation.
Yes,
And to look more closely at parts of the statement that are not corroborated by other evidence.
correct.
And we're going to object to the leading.
I can rephrase. Okay.
Sustain.
Can coercive tactics influence details?
Yes,
Can coercive tactics affect the reliability of a statement?
yes,
Can coercive tactics result in a confession that has both true and false components?
yes.
Are you here to say whether Mr. Isabel's statement was true or false?
I'm not.
What are you here to tell the jury?
I'm just telling you the tactics that were used during the interrogation and the psychological impacts of them.
Is it your opinion that this was an overly coercive interview?
Yes.
That's all I have.
No.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Your,
Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be right with you. Sir, I'll be right with you.
No, because this shouldn't.
So I don't know if you were stopping or starting back.
If I could have just 1 second.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Newshatz, when you were talking with the state about the fact that in your report it says that Mr. Isabelle was the first to grab the baby by her leg. If the video that we watched showed the officers have that exchange with him first that I mentioned with you about carrying the baby down there by her leg, could that portion of that inclusion in your report have been an error?
I mean, it's possible.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
But isn't your report where you said that he was the first to say he grabbed the baby by his leg?
I can't see my report, but I accept your word on it.
And it's, you don't have it up there? But it's also, I can hand it up to you if you want.
I trust you.
Thank you. But also in the, and I'm looking at the transcript of the last part of the interview where Sergeant Wimbush asked, you grabbed her by her arm. Do you remember that?
At the very last, I don't remember it exactly.
And he corrected him and said her leg.
Okay.
The first bit. But facts matter, don't they? When we're trying to determine whether or not a crime was committed.
Yeah, it's not what I do. It's not my expertise to talk about the facts matter and all that stuff.
They don't, or they do?
Of course they do.
Okay. Nothing further.
Nothing further.
Thank you, sir. You may sit down. Have a safe trip. Please call or tell me what our next steps are. All right, well, we've had a day. Let's get on out of here. You guys done a tremendous amount of work today. I'm super proud of you. Do not discuss anything that we have covered. I will let you know when we can. Otherwise, get some rest. Have a good night. Don't overdo it. Sure, excuse. Walk around the block. Find a gym. I will see you in the morning. Maybe bright, maybe I don't know. Y'all have a good night. Thank you. Thank you.
Never been a hoe, I stay on go, so with the business. Nigga talking reckless, shoot this bitch ass with the quickness. Now he bleeding, sorry, baby, asking for forgiveness. Bow, 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 limp biscuit. All my niggas wildin', they done labeled us a misfit. Wake up every morning, 2 or 3, 5 in the tidbit. Oh shit, did nobody come to see you old? It's some focus. Shoot 100 shots, no reloaded. Master of the game, you would think I'm into coded. Memphis niggas spit this pippin', mackin' like I'm golden. Ho, with my money, you gon' turn me to the old me. Say hi, first class flight, I'm in the nosebleed. Hop it, cook it, whip it, ship it, till we count the proceeds. OG, I've been moving back niggas since 03. Low key, niggas hating, but they don't want no beef. State gang, true sippers, bitch, I bet we don't eat. Get jammed, get a lawyer, make it bunny, don't speak. Pour up, I need some more, nigga had a long week. Shout out to my plug, he showed me love, he out in Long Beach, I'm true geek. Walking by myself, but left with two freaks. Ooh, we, nothing in they mouth and on they booty. Austin Power swag, yeah, baby, this is groovy. You can call me Money Boy, or you can call me Nudie. Hood niggas, churches, chicken, let me get a two-piece. Top down, two-seater, let me feel the two-breeze. Gotta hold it steady, chopper, kick it back like Bruce Lee. Lately, I've been in the zone, I guess I'm in my 2-3. Don't call my phone for nothing less than a QP. Feeling like the Migos, cause my bitch is bad and bougie. All my haters love me, all these bitches just some groupies. Came a long way, I like to introduce the new me. Standing on business like I'm king or like I'm Drewski. Call me Ron Island, cause I like my love for choosy. When we link, it's a movie. She bustin' like a Uzi. I love the way she do me. I beat it up like Uzi. She dancing just like Suki. Call me Ron Island, cause I love my love for choosy. When we link, it's a movie. She bustin' like a Uzi. I love the way she do me. I beat it up like Uzi. She dancing just like Suki. I never been a hoe, I stay on go, so what the business? Nigga talking reckless, shoot his bitch ass with the quickness. Name pleading, sorry baby, asking for forgiveness. Pussy ass nigga, Limp Biscuit. Never been a hoe, I stay on go, so what the business? Nigga talking reckless, shoot his bitch ass with the quickness. Name pleading, sorry baby, asking for forgiveness. Pussy ass nigga, Limp Biscuit.